We ready, Joe? Okay. All right, I'd like to convene the regular tribal council meeting of Wednesday, July 22nd, 2020. And I have 10:01 a.m. Roll call.
Okay. Don Gentry,
Here.
Gail Hatcher. Here. Roberta Frost is excused. Brandy Hatcher here. Clay Dumont.
Here.
Willa Palace. Here. Ellsworth Lang.
Here.
Jesse Hukata. Here. Jeannie McNair is excused, and Rose Treetop is excused.
Great, thank you. So we have a quorum. Brandy, would you open with an invocation this morning? Thank you.
Lord, we thank you for this day. We ask that you bless each and every one of us here. We ask for your wisdom and guidance for the business at hand. And we just ask that you support and heal those that are in need, and that you answer those prayers that are being asked of you today. We give you all the love, honor, and glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Treasurer. Secretary Frost is on leave today, and we have Treasurer Hatcher performing the duties of the secretary. And first up is the agenda. I have a couple additions under the chairman's report. We need to provide some information relative to the opioid litigation, and so we'll be getting some draft documents for review and consideration for approval. And there's an application, a resolution regarding our broadband license application. That's going to be item C. Are there any other additions or corrections, changes? Yes, Treasurer?
So you're adding the resolution for Troy under yours?
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
Secretary said was going to happen.
Okay, so-
But I didn't see it on the agenda here that way, but,
Yeah, okay, so item C is that one, okay.
oh, yeah, and I know you have information regarding
Yeah.
that too, so thank you.
And then, let's see. Those are the three items for you?
Yes,
Okay. I have one addition. It's a donation request from Gilbert Brown. He is a tribal member, but he lives in Warm Springs.
okay.
So we can put that, we can change that to item C under the treasurer's report, and then change C to D.
So, C to D,
Mhm.
the personnel matter will now be D, and C will be the donation request.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right.
Any other changes or additions?
So I'm assuming we'll go into executive session under the personnel matter?
Right.
Okay. Any other additions or?
Yeah, Chairman, under the at-large members report, I'd like to see if I can get approval for the letter to the Klamath County School District regarding the student investment account dollars.
Okay.
I sent it to council earlier this week, but I can resend it over the lunch break.
What was it called?
Student investment account?
Okay. Okay.
All right, yes.
I would like to just make a statement to council real quick going out here.
Sure, Denise, if you don't mind coming up to the microphone, we'd really appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. Haven't seen you for a while.
Can we finish this first? Like we got
Yeah.
this? Okay.
Yeah, but let us approve the agenda first,
Yeah,
and
okay.
and then we'll, all right. So, any other additions or corrections or changes? Okay, yes. Okay, motion by Member Lang to approve the agenda, second by Member Powers. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Okay, those opposed? 0 opposed, abstentions? 1 abstention, motion carries. Thanks
you.
for joining us, Denise. Yes.
Thank you, yeah, I know that the agenda came out pretty late. I would just like to address all you guys. I think you know that we're working on the gift of that beautiful ranch from Mr. Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
I believe we could do things for him. How about some firewood? I mean, we can give dignitaries a little gift or something. So when I went to Ariel and I said, he had not heard about the COVID fund. And she goes, oh, that's not my department. And I thought, no, Ariel, you're over the whole thing. I'm just saying to you guys, as humane tribal members, this is a lasting gift forever. And whatever we can do, I think as tribal members, let's show our values and do it. I mean, I'm there, but the Scotchen Cemetery Association, somebody called here and talked to Secretary Frost. Oh, he's not doing very well. I wouldn't call him. That caused a panic. I left Toppenish, Washington, came down here because we just had a recent death, okay? And I said, oh my God, and here he was feeding the horse. So, you know, I just don't like these rumors to perpetuate. And it was Deborah Riddle that contacted him. And, you know, of course you call but she doesn't get along with him or whatever, so she tried to put the tribe in, but that's neither here nor there. He's alive and well, and I bring him food, and that's about the only thing, is that cooking's a problem, and you know he's determined to live there, but I guess I'm just appealing, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
Why don't we, like, like, you know, firewood. Have you ever gone out there and visited with him? That guy chops his own wood. Then he comes in and adds it piece by piece all day. They don't make these kind of people anymore. What he could give to us and his knowledge is priceless. And you guys know me. I'm always the town crier on my soapbox, but not everybody believes me. So I want everybody to realize this wonderful man.
Oh,
So
I
that's
appreciate
what
that.
all I'm putting the bug in the air for, is that I
Okay.
think if you knew about it, we could go, you know what, I'll bet you we could send 3 cords of firewood out to that guy. Just little things like that. I mean,
Yeah.
the guy has this big propane heater, and you know, we're trying to do the propane. I mean, he finally got city water, and the water tower's behind his house. But you know, on that piece of property sits the only tribal house I know of left, which was Alice Chips's, and then the brown BIA houses, and then her first house is back there. So, you know, now, bless his heart, he's mending the corral at the place he's gonna give the tribe. With these old timbers, he asked me if he could take from our other ranch. So him and Thurman Parish pull nails out all day, I bring him a lunch. I mean, it's just like, that's what I do all the time. I think it's really fun, but I just thought I really want the council to know,
Appreciate it.
openly hearted, I think that what we could do, and I think we could do little things like send out firewood.
Oh, yeah.
The pandemic was rough on him because he was getting delivered meals. We didn't do anything about that. We just put up a sign. Okay, and I thought, oh, really? I was quarantined up with my 88-year-old aunt.
Yeah.
You know, so when I can, and so I figure, you guys,
Mhm.
somebody could drop off something. That's all.
Yeah, well, I
Denise,
appreciate that.
He is still getting meals, because I dropped off quite a few of them.
Yeah, during the pandemic. Yeah, so there was some lapses in there. Thurman keeps up on him. That's our contact besides me. But he's lost some weight since his wife died. But man, you'll not meet anybody sharper than that guy.
Oh, yeah.
When we started our transaction, he put me aside and said, let me tell you how I do it. You need to go get a Thompson for me. You know, so it's like, don't be Stogie's top notch. And so, yeah, he's but he's just so smart.
Yeah.
Anyway, so when I realized that there were these needs going on, I thought I would put it out there. And you know, the meals, I mean, when I take him a meal, I mean, I know Donna. I know, you know, they out there 1/4 cup fruit cocktail. That's in the grant. I know the whole thing. Heck, you know, it's just so not enough when you live alone. That's all I can say. And so it's, he likes everything, and that's it. It's a beautiful property out there, and we've had a hard time.
Okay,
so.
well, thanks for sharing that. I know everybody loves them, and we're concerned, and I thank you. I know you had some contact with them, and I know that we were discussing frequent welfare checks and, you know, on folks such as that, and, you know, it's important to know what other needs are and things that
And
we
I go,
can
how
do.
come you haven't heard about the COVID form? I
Yeah.
know you know I've all had input on that.
Denise?
Yes, if,
By the way, I just recently met with the Umatilla and Nez Perce
Mhm.
people over the weekend about how they're dispersing their
Yeah.
funds.
I know his niece was staying with him. She's still there? Or
Oh,
is
yeah,
he-
he's got several out of
Okay.
Reno, and then one out of Warm Springs. And then our relationship that we share the land.
Mhm.
So I'm like a main contact, but he even had his headstone made. Did you know that? He had
Yeah.
his headstone made. and
He's
I-
already talked to me about his memorial service.
Oh,
So
no,
he's
got it all handled.
Yeah.
But anyway, so his headstone's beautiful. He's got
Yeah.
it out there. He had it set,
Mm.
and we're rolling on. I didn't know this, but we're the only cemetery association. We have $4,000.
Yeah.
I go, what do we have money for? I mean, we have this honor thing, but you know, Stogie's been the president in Dibben.
Mhm.
Nobody let go of anything, but
Yeah.
I know you guys have a lot to do.
Yeah,
Thank you
thanks,
very,
Denise. Yeah.
Very much.
Thank you.
I don't know. That's what I talked to Ariel about. So I was gonna go over there and kind of go, hey, Stowe, what about that application? Because,
Mhm.
you know, I know what he has. He wants to give to the tribe. I don't bother him about money. I know what I gave him, and I know he's got no new. He's just not like that.
Yeah.
That guy is just a.
Well, we can provide assistance with the application.
I think a
you know, so we'll-
surprise
we'll
shot
find-
at Wood. I mean, he was so honored when Dave Rivard bought out Wood when they qualified.
Yeah.
But I was like, you know, if he doesn't fall, he's so much more able than me. But the way he chisels that little wood down and
Mhm.
feeds it piece by piece.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to subconsciously not let him know that I'm making it easier for him. Somebody got him a microwave.
Mhm.
I thought
Well,
that was
thank you so much for sharing your
Thanks,
thoughts and
guys.
concerns. Appreciate it.
Having technical difficulties, that one.
Okay.
Oh, I love it. And by the way, the internet is really rolling on the Spring River Road. We couldn't find a hot spot. There wasn't one. The Actually Kids got one session all pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
And so
It's
you can buy
terrible out
anything
there.
you want, Apple, Super, whatever, with no service, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, we know that's an issue. Thank you, Denise. Okay, well, we're having a bit of technical difficulty with the broadcast or with, oh, I see, logging in, okay. So we're getting some assistance there. We appreciate Brandy stepping up and doing the secretarial services. Okay, I thought so then when, well, that's mostly introductions. We really appreciate Todd Andrus and Nathan Trubisky from the city of Klamath Falls as a meet and greet to meet the council, and I guess we could talk about whatever issues come up, but really appreciate you folks coming. And Todd, if you wanted to come forth first, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you very much for allowing me to address council today. My name is Todd Andrus. I've lived in Klamath Falls for approximately 25 years, and I want to, before I go into some of the prepared things that I was coming up here, I'd be remiss if I didn't allow you that I experienced something about a month ago
Mm-hmm.
through the Klamath County Chamber of Commerce. And you have a tribal member, Monica Yellow Owl,
Yes,
who did
she's
Oh,
here.
who did an outstanding presentation to us. Shame on me that it took me 25 years to listen and learn that. But I also consider that I'm blessed that I got the opportunity finally to do that. So she represents your tribes very well, and I just wanted to make sure you all knew that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we appreciate Monica.
Excellent.
And it's so helpful to have that history and promote that understanding in our own community,
Yeah.
because folks don't even know our local history and how that's impacted all of us.
Yeah,
And so
yeah.
definitely helpful, and I thank you for that.
Yeah.
And Appreciate it.
I was elected approximately a little under 2 years ago, and one of the things that I felt, which was very important, is to go outreach not only to my ward that I represent, but to the region. And I know that sometimes things come in front of council that impacts other areas. And a friend of mine reminded me just recently that an uneducated voter can be a dangerous voter. And so I just want to make sure that I'm introducing myself, and that that my phone is always open. If you see something within the city of Klamath Falls of a concern, and you want to express those concerns, you can call me, and I will come back up here to listen to your council to learn your perspective. I will be honest, I tell a little story. I've been married for over 25 years to my wife, Mindy, lover, have 2 young men that we're raising. She's my sole partner, and I look forward to growing old with her for years. Understanding that, she and I don't always agree. So there will be times I think that we won't agree also, okay? But my commitment to you is you'll always be respected. And I will always come with the spirit of understanding. And so that is my commitment to you. And I just wanted to introduce myself. That's really, truly what I wanted to do today. Nathan Cherpesky, who's our city manager, is also here. Nathan, do you want to add some? Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. I appreciate that. Hello,
Chairman,
Nathan.
thank you, Chairman Gentry, members of the council. I usually sit up there. It's just kind of, I don't normally get this kind of experience. I'm an appointed official. Thank you, Chairman Gentry. I've had quite a few conversations at different events. It's always open. If something comes up, if there's a concern, if any of your members have a concern with the city, please have them reach out to me. I'll probably go meet them where the concern is. It's usually easier for me to go on site and see something than it is to talk on a phone and try and explain it, but happy to do that, recognizing your role in the community and excited. The city recently we're working with a firm out of Australia who is a water quality firm, and I've shared the information with Chairman Gentry, and I think it's gone to your science staff. They came and did an initial evaluation. Once we get some more information back, we'll invite your staff down so we can try and poke holes in what they're saying, but they think there's an opportunity to improve some of the water quality here. So excited about that, and always just thanks for your kindness. And I grew up in Carson City, Nevada, and just a personal note, talking with Chairman Gentry, I think it's your mother-in-law who went to the Stewart Indian School.
Yes.
I've been there, and it all of a sudden it hits at this moment. You realize, this history is not that far. I've been on that campus when I was a teenager. The state had taken it over, and we had classes there from our high schools. But realizing within our lifetime, some of this stuff was happening, and shame that I've been all over the West, and I think it was one of our first conversations. You said that, all of a sudden it hit me. It's like, I've been to that school. I didn't realize that impact, so thank you. But anytime you guys need to reach out, feel free. I'll be happy to leave my card here, and like I said, feel free to pass it out. If somebody calls and says they have a concern, even if it's with the county, I can usually help them too. So thank you.
Sure, thank you. Thanks, folks, for coming up. Really appreciate it. And yes.
Thank you.
So I wanted to say thank you very much for traveling up to meet with us. It's really nice to meet you guys, and was interesting. I knew you were on the agenda, and then I picked up the newspaper this morning and saw the headlines that we're creating an equity task force, and I think that's awesome. I also read the quotations, some of the quotations. I think it's apropos, right, what you were saying, Mr. Andrus, about not always agreeing. I got to say, I was taken aback, and I think that it's indicative of, the need for more conversation. I'd really love to engage in those talks. I'm a retired sociologist, and of course, racialized inequality is a big part of what we do, and so I'd love to have those conversations in more depth.
Yes.
I 100% agree with you. I think we will have to have tough conversations before we can move forward, and that's what I want to make sure that occurs. And again, as long as we have those conversations in the spirit of understanding each other, we will move forward. If we go into to degrade or to belittle others, that's concerning to me. But I appreciate your comments, so thank you.
Others from the council? Oh,
And
Member Duncan.
thank you both for coming. And it is different because usually I'm the other way around as well. And thinking about the task force, which is one of the very first things that I thought of, and I really want to try to understand, and I haven't read the article, but I want to try to understand what the end goal is going to be, and or what are the objectives in the end, because I think that our community has long-lasting and generational racism or bias, and so I don't think it's something that the Equity Task Force is going to tackle in just a few months of conversations. So I'm wondering, what are some small baby steps that are going to start taking place that we will start seeing some noticeable change, and or organizations that you're working with specifically to help address that?
So the Equity Committee Council gave permission to form an initial task force, which will outline some of that. The idea being, you don't fix this in one meeting. Also understanding there's only so much a city government can do. Like, we have no ability to have Citizen A care or show respect to Citizen B. We can't do that. They each have their own, they bring everything to the table themselves, right? So our goal will be to create a venue to have some of the conversations. Specifically, to look at some of our ordinances and policies. Are there any things that are in there? I believe we've removed anything that was overt years ago, and we had some overt stuff in our ordinances. I'm not, if you go back into the 50s, it was very overt. But there may be some inadvertent things that are in there that we want to talk about. Our goal is to have some representation from tribal members, and I don't know if that it's kind of odd, because you guys really should interact more with the state. We're kind of, we recognize that you're at a higher level than us, but if you wanted to have a part, we'll certainly try to do that. We really just want to have the conversation and figure out what can we do, and how do we start to fix if we have some of the unintended consequences. Sometimes you pass a policy and say, we're going to do this, and you don't think, well, how does that impact this group over here?
Sure.
And so that's some of the conversation we're going to have. And so I will say it's a little bit open-ended right now. We'll see what we hear. Mostly at the council meeting, we heard a lot of concerns about personal interactions with other community members. There wasn't a lot with law enforcement or even in local government. It really was, my neighbor said this, or the people down the street do this, and you're thinking, okay, how do we control that? We can't control it. I don't know if we can start to educate and train out of it. But you bring up a good point. This is not something that's going to happen fast. So there plans to be a standing committee. These things are really there'll be a standing committee once this task force identifies, here's some of the initial things, and my guess is their role will morph over time as they find something, or they could move more to, if we fix some of the immediate things, they may move more to support different events or things where we celebrate some of our differences. I know I told the chairman once, when I first moved here, love history, went to the museum, county museum, saw all this stuff, and then I asked him, well, where's the other side of the story? Because this is pretty one-sided. I get that. And so he actually shared some books titles. I think I've read one so far, but trying to figure out how do you do that. So there's going to be a long process, and I think our city staff is committed to having that conversation and being open to it. And being flexible as we go, and realizing, okay, maybe we're going down this path and we need to go someplace else. So.
Yes. Great.
Well, one of the thoughts that I had first with this equity task force is that possibly getting connected with Monica and the presentation and/or the workshop that Todd had referenced. You know, we have a lot of different individuals that represent or are part of Klamath Falls, whether that's the migrant population or the tribal population, the homeless veteran population, the Japanese population, and/or history. We have a lot of history and a lot of different diversity in Klamath Falls that I think we forget about. But one thing that we can start with is one thing that we know for sure, and that's we have a cultural awareness training that's offered through the tribe. So that could be one first step in trying to understand and see at least another corner of that story. And then, so I would encourage the task force to not only think about what is taking place when it comes to personal conversations between one another, but how can they educate themselves so that they can have those difficult conversations as well.
Thank you.
So I'll leave you my card so we can.
Is there a wireless mic that we can get to Monica? She wanted to. Oh, okay. Yes, while we're taking the mic, Member Dallas wanted some.
So prior to being on council, I spoke with Commissioner DeGroot about some of these issues, because these have been longstanding issues in this community. And we were talking about the county looking at developing like a Native American Advisory Board, similar to what the Hispanic Advisory Board does, just bringing more education to the community. And it just, you know, with him being busy and me being busy, we kind of never really caught up to that conversation. But I'd really like to see some coordination with the county and making this a bigger conversation, because you're right, you know, the city can only do so much, and we need to have these conversations in the whole entire county, I think. So, but I appreciate that you want to have some Native American representation on the board, because that's what's going to be important. And I appreciate too that you said that you were learning history. And my grandfather went to Stewart Indian School, and I think he was like 6 years old, and his job was to cut the other children's hair when he was there. And that's, you know, that's the stuff that our generations went through, our parents and grandparents. And it's, you know, it's not history. And that's one of the biggest problems that I see in this county and in the city, is the lack of education on the tribe. And one of the biggest issues we're dealing with continually is the racism that gets invoked because of the water issues. And there's a lot of that. And it wasn't just individuals, it was businesses doing it, businesses selling sucker fish, businesses being really bold about, you know, taking a stand against the tribe. And there was a lot of abuse to our people by local law enforcement, and it was Klamath Falls City Police. And I think that has improved greatly, probably over the last couple of years, but 10, 15 years ago, it was pretty bad. And Monica could probably speak more to some of those issues. But I really appreciate you both coming here, and I look forward to seeing where we can go with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Monica?
I had a quick comment. You know, sometimes these are large issues to tackle, and it feels like you're going into uncharted territory, but I know that there are other counties across the nation who have deemed racism a public health crisis and have actually put it into their documents to hold their communities accountable to coming up with solutions. So when we connect over email, I'll send you some resources of other communities across the country that are taking that bold step and holding themselves accountable to strategies going forward. So.
And something came to mind. I remember years ago, a tribal member was confronted by a city police officer saying they were in violation of an ordinance because they were taking care of a deer that they killed. There was something, I don't know if it's still on the books, but basically a lot of our tribal members, they hunt and they have extended seasons, and they take care, hang their deer and butcher them. There's something, I mean, you talk about unintended consequences or policies that may impact this. I don't know if that's something that has been addressed, but it just, when you mentioned that, it came to my mind. But those are things that we want to look at to see if we can address that, you know, because maybe it didn't sound like there's real consideration of what tribal members do.
I'm not even sure that ordinance still exists, but
Yeah.
often they had to deal with probably a nuisance that was created, but there was,
Yeah.
I will guarantee you, there was zero thought about tribal rights or anything like that when they
Mhm.
created, right? They just
Yeah,
were
sure.
addressing something, but there's an opportunity now to look
Yes.
at those and say, what are the unintended consequences and impacts if we do this?
Yeah.
What are we not thinking of? And I know in our last few ordinances, we did a anti-smoking ordinance. We specifically reached out to you and included the language for your ceremonial use, so that we didn't end up with this, where somebody could
I
say,
see.
they can't do that here. So we tried
Mhm.
to address that, and that's, I think Jesse helped us with that.
Yeah, great.
I know I sent it to you, and we got back. So I think it's really just that conversation. We need to,
Mhm.
we probably don't always think through that. I would not have thought about what you just
Yeah.
mentioned until you mentioned it. So
Yeah.
that's, I think, some of the value of having this
Sure,
this group
certainly.
to look at it.
Well, yes, Member Lane?
Yeah, Jesse hit on a lot of the key points in reference to Monica's educational piece on the tribes. And I've had several folks that have had gone through that apologize. And it obviously affected them enough to where it really started working in their brains and started moving. A lot of people in the community choose to not believe a lot of the history, the true history. That's either written in books or is documented somewhere. And I think that that's a key piece for the community to hear, because as Todd stated, an uneducated voter is a dangerous voter. So the folks that are uneducated on the Klamath Tribes already have a preconceived idea, and unfortunately, the water issues just compound that. And it's unfortunate because the Klamath Tribes isn't going anywhere, has been here since time immemorial, and we're gonna be here as long as the earth is around. And it really, I started my career in the private industry in the community, and I didn't see a lot of what I see now. But the economic impact that the tribes has in the entire community is large, and I think the community would be quite shocked if we ever release that. And we are active members of the community, and a lot of the businesses that Councilmember Pallas was referring to, we spend a lot of money. The tribe's business spends a lot of money in these businesses, and we choose to do so because we're part of the community. And I think the community members forget that, and there needs to be a culture change. Culture change doesn't happen overnight, we all know that. Takes 2 to 3 years in a small organization, and we're talking about a community. So I appreciate all the steps that the city's taking to move in that direction, and I think that that's great. And I also think that it's great that you guys came out to open up the lines of communication, because a lot of organizations, a lot of county officials and city officials in the past has not done that. So I think this is definitely a step in the right direction. And hopefully we can keep these lines of communications open, so when things do come up that we may not agree on and probably won't agree on, at least the information gets out there so that there won't be a next time, so to speak. So thank you guys for coming.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, well, have a safe travels back, and thanks again for coming. Really appreciate it. Okay, next on the agenda, we have an update from Kathy Rich on their emergency assistance program. And I see George is here. I don't know if Kathy's going to be in shortly. Okay. So. Hello, Kathy.
Good morning, Tribal Council.
What's that?
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Was that something we need to talk with these folks about?
Well, maybe
Maybe you could take George on a side conversation. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. Yeah, all right. Appreciate you joining us today.
So I'm here for this agenda item to present the COVID-19 Emergency Assistance Program Progress Update. And I believe everyone was forwarded the copy for July 2nd through July 16th. And I've added that difference column from the last report so we can start tracking. So I'm trying to breathe through this. Okay, let me catch up my breath. So today, for that period, we have total applications received, 2,175. Pending, I clarified that, and I added due to eligibility. So if you notice, total applications pending, I put due to eligibility, because pending could also mean the ones that we haven't even touched yet. So due to eligibility, so there's no pending based on that. That's an increase of 280 applications received from the last progress report. Total applications processed, 817 applications, with 20 of those being households that have COVID. That's an increase of 376 applications from the last period. Those tribal members living in Klamath County, 501. Outside of Klamath County is 316. On the matrix, you'll also see that it's broke out in charts for you. So that's a separate document that has the pie charts. The total awarded amount for this period is $1,418,500, which is an increase of $621,500. Below in that report, we have requested assistance for these applications, these 817 that we received. 21% have a need for food, 22% personal hygiene, 21% cleaning products, 13% rent, 13% utility, 7% remote learning, 3% medication. And as you see, those numbers start changing as we start progressing through the applications, and if they've checked those boxes or not.
Okay, yes, Member Dumont?
Yeah, so Kathy, I know I have the policy and I have the spreadsheet, but I'm not sure that I have the pie chart and those numbers. Did you send that, or who did that come?
It's on the same progress report, and it's a different tab, and it
Okay.
has matrix,
Okay,
titled matrix on that same board. So one document is the progress report, and then the second document is the matrix that has all the charts. Did you see
Okay.
that on there?
I'll find it here in just a
Okay.
second.
Yes. Member Palace?
Yes, Kathy, I was just wondering, because I know you started distributing checks in early June, and I'm wondering if you're starting to see people come back and needing a second round of assistance. Have you seen that yet?
The requests, so there have been requests wanting to know if we're going to be doing another disbursement in October. And I'm not, two of them were saying October. I'm not sure where that is coming from, maybe because a couple had said because the government's going to do a second stimulus, they wanted to know if we're going to do a second round of applications. So we are getting those questions.
I see.
And it's not restricted in the policy, so that's going to be up to tribal council.
Thank you for the answer. I just wanted to kind of gauge the need that's out there, and that's kind of what we figured when we talked about this the first time.
Yep, so we are getting those questions.
So I don't know if you're ready to move on, but knowing that we've allocated $1.5 million for the program and we're coming to that, the end of that amount, we'll need to take action and approve. I recommend another $1.5 million to the program
Okay.
again to move forward. So whenever we're finished with this report, we want to take an action
Okay.
to do that. Okay.
And then to date, just this morning, before we started any work, there was 854 processed, and we're up to 1,469,500. So,
Yeah.
1,469,500.
Mhm.
And then we have another person coming on board on, I believe, Monday, once all the
Mhm.
paperwork's been done. So.
Thank you. Any
And I
questions?
believe finance has their 2 people. That should be in a week also.
Okay. And I know some council members volunteered to assist. I don't know if that's still going to happen, or if folks are still available to do that.
I think that was
Just- oh, we-
addressed in a Zoom
Oh,
meeting.
yeah, that's right, we can't because of, yeah, okay, because of our role in a government role, and I see, yeah. And Kathy, I think I'm going to mention this, I think council members, and it sounds like you've had other members that really pushed to kind of get pushed up to the top of the list for their check, you know, and we know we've adopted policies and procedures. We have agreed to policies to basically process, except for the folks that have been diagnosed with COVID. They're bumped up to the list for service, but in our conversation, just talked about the difficulty of trying to move individuals up, you know, above, higher on the list. And I think we're just to that point. I'm not sure how we could do that, you know, provide that for one individual and maybe not another. And I just wanted to mention that to the council, that my communication with Kathy, unless the council sees different, we probably need to stick to the date and the time stamp and process those applications as they come in as in process. So, yes.
We have a couple tribal member questions coming in on the live feed, so I don't know if I can read them, and I don't know if Kathy wants to answer them, but the first one is, if there was a second round of checks, will we have to reapply for second check? And I'm not sure who that is, but the username is Instigator. And then the second question is from Sean M. Jackson, and it says, why would an application be pending? So I don't know if you would want to maybe just explain that process, if you don't mind.
So on the pending, so if it was inaccurate information possibly, or did not meet eligibility, but that's why there's no pending, so.
And when you say not meet eligibility, what's some of the things that could mean? Basically, they're tribal members.
Well,
they
I mean,
feel-
there's really nothing that would pend anybody. So-
Yeah, right now, we're not
So there's
making
not-
anybody eligible
yeah.
for anything.
Yeah.
That was at the early stages of the report because possibly if prioritization, if someone was to challenge our prioritization methods
Yeah.
of, it was 60% median income the first 10 days, and then COVID, but otherwise we don't. It's minimal, it's minimal eligibility, so every tribal member is eligible.
Yeah, yeah.
So there
thank
is
you.
no pending, that's why that has been 0 from day one.
Okay.
I can take that off too. I just didn't know if you guys want, do you want me to take that off? Because I doubt if they'll ever.
Okay, yeah, that'd be
Okay.
helpful. Thank you.
And then the second question was, so, yeah, that would be totally up to tribal council and their authority to determine a need of the tribal membership, and that would require action. And then, as we were kind of talking about that, how that would work is to, since it's a program, they still would have to apply, but we would have maybe a one-page that had identified their needs already, since we've already done that intake, and we have determined language of how households have been affected by COVID-19. We would already have that on that sheet. So if they applied, they would basically just have to check a box at its existing address and sign it. And then we would already have them in their vending, the financial vending system.
So I think it's helpful to just, you know, in terms of another application, we've really set this up to be a program
It's a
because we're
program.
expecting to be audited, and we want to be able to provide the assistance to our members and know that we wouldn't have to pay the funding back. So that's why it's a little bit cumbersome. You know, we know our folks have the need, and we want to process it as quickly as possible, but it may require, you know, additional application for other.
And the second round would be quite different. So
Yeah.
the intake work would have already been determined. There would no need to call, we would already have all the documentation that we need. The only change would be if that box was marked off that there was a new address.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they would already be into our system and determining, as council determines what that need is and how they want to allocate additional monies into a program, and then we would process.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So it'd be a lot easier. You'd have most of the information. And it wouldn't take, it'd be more timely to process the applications.
Now we would just do voucher. Now we would just assign people rather than intake work. We would now make sure that the copy's in the file, and then they would be more assigned to preparing vouchers. Everyone would be doing vouchers off the system.
Great, thank you. Yes.
So I wanted to ask if, at the next council meeting, if we might get a report on the technology part of the awards. right, from Julie's department. I know that there's some work
Oh.
that's already been done on that, we
So I
received.
met with her yesterday. You want me to tell you a little bit? Or do you want to wait till formal?
I think it's helpful to hear.
Sure, let's hear.
So we are forwarding all the copies of the applications that, for those tribal members who have checked off remote capabilities. And they have developed a spreadsheet themselves. And so they have the contact information. They're making calls. I believe they're all caught up with what they have from us. Made calls to tribal members asking what their need is. They're getting ready to get the fund number set up with finance. They're getting ready to determine what procurement process they're going to be using with the numbers that they're having. So they're already on board to start purchasing. Now, they don't have all of that information from us yet. So as we start changing our process a little bit, because we don't want to hold them up, we're going to internally on our side change it up a little bit of how we get those copies to them. So we're going to change so that they'll have the information up front.
So is there a committee in place then? And if so, where did that come from? Who?
I'm not sure if I don't think there's a committee. It's the department right now. I know she had a team of community services. I'm not sure the individual, I think Ariel, to capture the elders, how we're going to outreach there on top of the applications. I believe she was going to reach out to Roberta Frost to ask some questions, because I would try to relay what I heard the council, what their needs, or how they wanted the program to run. And so what I recommended was she get with Roberta, so it's confirmed. And then she has 3 of her own staff working on it. Do you know of anyone else? And Lauren, so he's within her department. So that's who I know.
So there are phone calls being made?
Yes.
Okay, so they're actively calling back and asking about the.
Yes.
the
And
needs
then what I recommended to her too is that they have a standard checkoff list so that the same language is being used with every tribal member. And I believe they did that. Because at first we were getting calls on what they wanted. People were not sure about what remote capabilities meant. And so we clarified that, and then they have a spreadsheet or a checkoff list so that they're asked the same questions.
And do those questions, the script, does it indicate the kinds of things that we have in the policy, like for government, participating in government, or for
Yes.
education?
I believe so. I'll double check. I know we talked about that verbally. I don't know if it's on the checklist, but we talked about that verbally yesterday, that it's for, it looks like she's moving forward with agreements for school-age kids, laptops, Chromebooks, as we reported. She's utilizing information from Ariel for the elders on top of the copies of the applications. And then I told her to be thinking about ways to provide outreach to those that live outside of Klamath County. So she's already working on that, mindful of that, so she's going to be determining how she's going to do that.
Of course, my concern, right, is to try to coach them so we can be as inclusive as possible
Yes.
when you're asking the questions. Okay.
Yes, Vice Chair?
Kathy, how are
Um,
you making contact when the tribal member has lost their phone or for whatever reason, or you called and no answer, they don't call back?
So I have maybe 2 of those. And I'm just debating what to do with that. Most everyone's calling back or getting a family member to call to get the user phone.
Yeah.
There's 2, and we're just not sure because of the address, they're homeless, and so we don't want to the application isn't signed, so we want to make sure that that really is them and no one just typed it. So that's the where we're at with 2 of them. So out of all those, there's 2. They did provide emails. I've emailed, but then if you don't have a phone, you're not gonna be able to check your email. So there's that. So I'm not sure what we're gonna do with that one. Those 2. Otherwise, we keep them aside, and they have been calling us, getting a hold of us, or coming in. We've had some that have come in.
Okay, did you have a question too? No. Oh, okay. Yes.
I'm just wondering if we want to take an action now to approve another.
Yes, I would entertain, if you're finished with the reporting
Yes.
part of it, and questions, I'd entertain a motion to approve, 1.5 million, if that works.
Would you rather do 2? I know we talked this morning about 2
Okay.
million. Let's.
All right.
I-
So I'd entertain a motion to approve allocation of 2 million of the CARES funds for the emergency assistance program.
So moved.
Okay, okay. Member Dumont, motion, and the second by Member Palace. So all those in favor signify by raising a hand. Yeah, Ellsworth had to leave.
4?
Okay. Those opposed? Okay, 0 opposed, abstentions? With 2 abstention, motion carries.
And then with our next, in 2 weeks, we'll have a report on the technology in written form.
Great. And Brandy, just in case you, for the record, Ellsworth had to be excused for a few moments, probably about 10:50 he left.
And as you review the matrix, you'll see, although I put it on the progress report, there's only 7%, out of the 817 that have marked that box. So if you look on the matrix and then on the reporting, what that means is as they've marked these boxes on our applications of what they need, either food, 7% only out of the 817 that they want remote capabilities. So,
Yes, Lana, there's a wireless mic floating around. It'd be helpful if we use that so folks listening in can hear.
and when I explained to a lot, there was a few that didn't understand what that meant, and we didn't define that on the application. That's, as I explained to Julie yesterday, the questions that are coming back of tribal members, is that's why we need to do a little bit more outreach, because it was very broad.
Yeah.
And the people that I've talked to doing intake, they didn't know what that was. But not all of them, but there's some that did
Sure.
not.
Okay.
So I
Then we'll
think,
go to Lana.
I think it was more clear in the policy than in the application.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
That was going to be my comment. When I was assisting tribal members even apply, no one understood what that meant. I didn't even understand what that meant when it was being developed way back when. I said, you need to mark everything you need, what you mostly need your help for. So they did, and a lot of them, because school was already ending at that point, so they weren't thinking of that part. So I wasn't even like all the people that I had been faxing in and sending in their apps. That wasn't they were mostly like food and my bills are late, and so it was just not even understood. And I was kind of even watching the policy being developed. And so I don't think it was like exactly like she said, very broad, and no one understood like, oh, my kids are going to need this next year for school. So I think that's why it's not marked. I know on all the people I helped, I wasn't able to coach them correctly.
So just for folks listening in, they can make that known, and it's a separate assistance.
And
Yeah.
that has been happening. So different tribal members have been calling into education and putting that request in as they
Yeah.
are familiarizing themselves with the policy or talking to our staff and the intake workers.
Mhm.
They're being referred to education and they're being added to the list.
Okay, so they're communicating what that is, then
Yes.
clarifying.
Oh, yeah.
That's
When we're
great.
calling. Mhm.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Member Dumont?
I might just say to folks listening in that we're anticipating increasing significantly our ability for remote participation in tribal government and general council meetings, and then, of course, observing the tribal council meetings. So that's something that folks are going to want to take advantage of. This technology is an opportunity to do
Yes.
that.
Before I move on, I really do want to take the opportunity to just thank the staff for the hard work. I know difficult at times, but we really appreciate the dedication and the hard work that everybody's doing to help us get through this. And I can imagine it could be pretty overwhelming, when you're in communication with folks that have such a great need. And difficult, but I appreciate all folks are doing to help us get through this, and thanks so much for everything. And please share that with the rest of the staff that's on the front lines, doing that, so thank you. So let's move to the emergency assistance policy revision. We have that document in here. It looks like there's some minor changes. Kathy, if you want to lead us through.
Did you guys find that? I forwarded it this morning. I wasn't sure if you had it. Okay. You guys up to that page?
Yes.
So are you good with me just going to the recommended revision sections? Okay.
Yes.
On page 2, number 5, changing homeless to houseless.
Okay. Any concerns with that? Okay.
Okay. On page 3, 5, 2, changing homeless to houseless. Is
Okay.
everyone good with that?
Mm-hmm.
On page 4, section 6G, taking that out. We haven't done that unless we've responded in email saying thank you for your application. We have not sent everyone letters saying that we have your file and your application. That would take a lot of time too, and take
Mhm.
away from processing.
Yes. Member Dumont?
I just want to make sure that members who are watching know that they can call and check on the status of
Oh,
their
yes.
application.
Yes.
The reason that was there is so people aren't just wondering in limbo if they've.
Yes,
if
and we
they've,
left that in there, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So that changes the enumeration.
And we're able
Yeah.
to, all of them are logged and numbered and dated, and so we're able to give them an estimated time of when they can expect a call to. Is everyone good with us removing that?
Yes.
Number G? Okay.
Mhm.
On page 5, 8, benefit determination. This is where we have some major changes and up for discussion.
Mhm.
And I'm going to read it, and then when we get to those sections, we'll just go one section at a time, or one number at a time. Benefit, number 8, benefit determination. The emergency program staff will track head of households and we took head of households out, will track all members of households. Financial assistance will be provided to eligible households as defined below. Number 1, applicants who have contracted COVID-19 or who reside within a residence shared by someone who has contracted COVID-19 will receive a payment of $2,500. The applicant must provide documentation confirming the positive test for the virus.
Yeah.
So
And
that
I wanted
means-
to note that positive test for the virus, it wasn't asking for a lot of confidential or sensitive health information. It was just basically
We just want to know
confirmation
if
of
you
the.
have a positive or not. And
Okay.
then if you refuse to provide that, then you don't get the 25.
Okay.
And so what that means, number 1, because there's a question on the side, just to clarify, if you have COVID and and COVID's in your household, the applicant gets 2,500, and then the dependents get 500.
Yeah.
And that's explained a little bit more on number 2, other eligible applicants, or 3 it is. So number 2, other eligible applicants. All other tribal members who are applicants or are listed on the application as a member of a household and are 18 years of age and over will receive a payment of $1,500. So this is where the change is. If husband and wife, significant other, you now are considered the household and you each get 1,500, not 1,500 and 500. So how we were processing them before is the applicant received 1,500, the significant other, husband, wife, they received the 500. Now it's being changed to the adults, 18 will get the 1,500, and then everyone else 500, the dependents.
Mhm.
Is everyone good with that?
So you're saying whether they're a spouse or a significant other, they would get the 1,500? And that's a bit of a change from what we've been doing,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
I would make a recommendation to add that applications that have already been processed will be processed like within, I'm gonna give your staff some time to, because tribal members that have already gotten their checks are gonna call and want to know where that money's at. So I would give your staff some time.
So we pulled
to-
them. There's probably about 36 to 40. We pulled
Okay.
them aside. So not a lot, there's a few. The question will be, do you want those to wait till after everyone else has been processed? Or do you want us to work those in? And what that means is that we do have to make a call to them to ask, do you want, because some have two applications. One, the significant other, and one, the applicant. So we put them together in one file. We will need to know who that $1,000 goes to. Does it go to the initial applicant, the ones that, the first round, or does the spouse or significant other that was put under another application and just received the 5 in the total? So we need to ask that because there's applications that have, they're separate applications. We foresee maybe there's about, maybe 10 that there's questionable. I think the rest will say, you know, just give it to the applicant. What
Are
that-
you thinking it's going to take a lot of time, or do you want to add that in the policy?
So
to-
that's what I need to know from you guys. It won't, it doesn't mean more intake work.
Okay.
It means a call, it means the person that's assigned to doing vouchers, they're already in the system and they just have to click. So
Okay.
it's up to you guys. We can put them aside.
I think whatever you think works best for your staff is fine with us. That's what I would think.
Yeah, yes, Jesse, then.
Yeah.
Member Dumont.
Well, thinking about how we're already close to the original funds that were provided to this account, and then also thinking of the 2 million that we've provided, I'd rather get through all of the applicants that are still waiting, and then kind of retroactively go back, because this policy has been changed, and so we're not misleading anybody, because the policy was the way that it was before today. So starting today, if all of these changes become approved, then that's the process moving forward for these additional funds that have been secured, and then you can go back and retroactively look at the other applications. But with individuals waiting for assistance, I'd rather get those who haven't received any sort of funding yet to at least receive something. And then those who have received some funds but may be eligible for additional because of the new policy and the way that it reads, then provide them funds as available.
Yes, thank you. Member Dumont?
So I agree with Jesse. I'd like to see us, assuming we make this change today, then as you process going forward, you would do so according to the new policy. I think that applications that are received after today, right, I think you could go back and fix the ones that you've already processed, the 35 or 40, before the applications that you receive after today.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yes.
Okay. But I agree with Jesse. I want to make sure everybody gets help who's already applied before we go back and start sending more money to those who have already received some.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Folks comfortable with that?
Yeah, and when I think $1,000 going back to individuals that have gotten assistance already, and there's about it's $40,000 already out of 2 million. And we have plenty of individuals who still need assistance, and some who haven't applied yet because they didn't quite understand that this is a way for them to get assistance.
And we can flag it for this date. I like that, for June 22nd.
Thank you.
But is that everybody?
I think
Is that how
everybody's in
everyone
agreement
wants
with
it?
that,
Okay.
so thank you.
Okay.
And just to note, the reason you're saying $1,000 is because they've already been provided 500.
Yes.
Just for clarification, but it is $1,500 for the folks
Yes.
that haven't already received the $500.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
Are we
so
down
that's
to-
number 2.
Yeah, we're to 3 yet. yeah.
Number 3 is there's changes. Additional tribal members within a household. Households will receive an additional $500 for dependent minor tribal member under the age of 15 living within the household.
18?
18.
18, oh, what did I say, 15?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness, 18. Must have been a little fog on my glass there. Okay, if an and then we took the example out.
Mm-hmm.
And then if an applicant is a non-tribal member who has dependent tribal members in his or her household, the applicant will receive $1,500 for the first dependent and $500 for each additional dependent tribal member.
So I'm thinking that might need to be amended if we have dependents who are adults.
So what's happening is we're already recommending if they put their 18-year-olds on their application, we're telling them to separate. We tell them, have your 18-year-old do their own application. And so we do that already. This is for, and we've had a few that if they're they have a non-tribal custodian and they provide the paperwork, and they have a tribal dependent underneath them, the 1,500, counts for the first child and then the 500. So that is occurring. Not a lot, but we do have that, and they provide the documentation.
So what you're saying is if you have someone who's a dependent but an adult, they're getting 1,500 anyway. But if they're minors, they're getting
Yes.
500.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that's how they're getting that. So if you have two tribal dependents living in a household with a non-tribal custodian that has legal guardianship, then that household will get 2,000. The
Yeah.
1,500 starts with the first child and then the 500. So
I see.
that's where they get that amount, the 200, the 2,000.
I see.
So if you have a custodial guardian of 2 tribal adults,
No.
What do you mean? The
Yeah, the
18-year-olds
adults
have to
would
do their own
have to
application.
okay.
We've never ran into anyone denying to do that.
Okay.
So we explained to them that although they're 18 in your household, they need to do their own application. We take them off the initial, and they have their child do the application. Or it's not their dependent, they're an 18-year-old, they're adult, they're living in that household.
So maybe put minor in front of the word dependent, just to make it crystal clear?
I'm not sure, I didn't add that one, so I wasn't sure why you guys wanted that one. Because mine are blue, so that was,
It looks like.
I didn't want to question.
It was part of the original, the black. I'm suggesting in the black, maybe,
Because number 3 has it minor in red on mine.
yes.
Oh, yeah.
So do you want that out?
I was just suggesting it be farther down, where second line from the bottom, put minor. there
Oh,
again.
with it, similar, okay.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
So that's in addition to what's been
Yes,
presented.
and we'll put that on
Okay.
there.
Folks comfortable with all the changes so far? Okay, Member Hakakta?
For number 3, maybe to make it more clear, because it is a little confusing, maybe the title itself should say dependent or minor tribal members within a household. And maybe we could remove some of the, maybe tailor the language so that it is very specific that this is meant for individuals who are younger than the age of 18. If an individual is 18, they should have applied themselves, though they live in the same household and depend on their parent or guardian who they live with.
Okay.
I think that makes more sense, but I also appreciate that you're trying to create some equity for, say, guardians who might not be tribal members themselves, but are taking care of either their own children or others. And so I do appreciate that you increase that just a little bit. But my fear is with all of these changes, is that we've provided so much money. I think we're going to have to come back to the table again and provide more money, because here we are increasing some additional things for $1,000, and same with this, with number 3, in the way that we're changing the language for dependent tribal members. So I think we need to be aware of how much money, at this point in time, we're catching up to the money that we've dished out, and we still have more to go. So I appreciate it, but we're
Yeah.
gonna start having to put more funds aside, which is
Yeah.
fine if we have it, but.
So
Well-
on number 3, you had asked to add the 18 over, and that's in number 2, but do you still want it in 3? So it says other eligible applicants. And it has all other tribal members who are applicants or are listed on an application as a member of a household and are 18 years of age and over will receive a payment of 15. Do you still want us to add that 18 over, need to fill out an application?
That would provide, that's what you're doing, it would provide a little more clarification in the policy, I'm thinking.
Because we moved 2 the 18 or over are number 2 because number 3 is talking
Yeah.
about minors under
I see.
18.
Yeah.
Or do you guys want to still make it a little, just put a sentence in there, just to say, reiterate that 18-year-olds need to fill out their own application?
Yeah,
I-
that's-
Still want to do
Yeah.
it? I mean,
Why
it doesn't
not?
hurt.
Yeah.
And I
Okay.
Jesse's right, change the word additional to minor.
Yeah, so minor tribal member, or minor dependents who are tribal members who live within a household. Okay.
Yeah, and just off the top of your head, how many applications are you seeing where individuals, they themselves are not tribal members, but they're applying for the dependent children?
Ooh, I know less than 10 and maybe not even up to 5. So less than 10 for sure, I
Yeah.
can say. And
Yeah.
possibly less than 5.
Yeah, I just, I would hope that, well, I don't know that children are watching, but how we can get the word out for individuals who are the primary parent who may not be tribal members, but their children are enrolled. I would hope that we could find some way to communicate with them so that they know that they can get some assistance for their children.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing that up, Jesse. I think what we could do, Chairman, just a thought is, I could ask our social services department. We have a list of at least the children in foster care. There may be other relationships that don't include those children, but I can at least have our social services staff get a letter out to all the foster parents, which unfortunately, I think all of them are non-native, but still taking care of your children.
Yeah.
So thank you for bringing that up. It's a good point.
Thank you. Appreciate it, George.
Okay. So we good with, and then 4 was not changed. 5?
Okay.
So 5 and 6 are these are additions. 5, applicants that have contracted COVID-19 more than once, that'll be in bold, will receive a payment of $2,500 for each confirmed case. The applicant must provide documentation confirming the positive test for the virus. The household will receive an additional $500 for dependent minor tribal members under the age of 18 living within the household. So what that means, if it's not clear, and tell me if it isn't clear, is if we have someone that's tested positive already in April, and then come November, we have the same individual test positive again for COVID, they would again put in an application and receive the same amount. They would get $2,500, and then their dependents would get $500 on top of that. So that's up for discussion on if you like that or if you don't.
Well, I think there does need to be a little clarification for, say, if you've received a payment before, an additional amount of $2,500, and for each confirmed case, I think could confuse somebody where they would say, hey, I had it twice, so now I get $5,000. Which I don't know if that's what we're saying for an individual who had contracted the virus in April, didn't apply because they felt like they needed no assistance at that time, fully
Oh, I
capable
see.
of taking care of
It could
themselves.
happen.
And then here we are in June, and they feel like, okay, I've been out for a while. I went back to work for just a moment of time, but now I'm sick again, and I feel like I need some assistance. I've heard about this program. I'm applying, but now it says, how many times have I had a confirmed case? So now I get $5,000. But in my mind, I think they only get the $2,500 because they're now saying they need assistance due to COVID.
But
So now this could be the scenario too, just put another twist on it. So say we have a tribal member living outside Klamath County and just hears about our program in March or June, July, or no, let's say August. And they did have a confirmed case in April, just didn't know that we had this program, can provide the documentation. I mean, we've been given, if they provide that, then, and they filled out an application, then they get the $2,500 and then the $500. So if it happened again, that when they did their, this is the question is, so in August, when they do find out there's a program and they have another test positive for COVID, they'll show us that test positive back in April, and then this one, I would think they would get that. So if it was coming to me, and my intake workers brought that to me, and it was verified, the testing showed 2 tests, they would get that. They would get that as separate applications, because they can show that at both times they had that.
Yeah, yes.
So I'm actually not in favor of this change. And I'm not in favor of it because I think the next change that you're going to talk to us about actually accomplishes most of what you're trying to accomplish with this one.
Okay.
But it doesn't get us into a debate about whether we're having multiple tests of the same infection or, 2 tests of 2 different infections. And I really want to avoid all of that
Yeah.
if we can.
Okay.
So I want to suggest that we talk about the next change and then see if that doesn't cover most of what was trying to be accomplished in
Okay,
the one
thanks.
before it.
Okay. Number 6, applicants that have contracted COVID-19 and remain unemployed, receiving no income for more than 30 or 60 days, and I left that highlighted because this is for you guys to decide what you want to do, due to employment policies and practices, and can provide supporting document from employer, will receive an additional $1,500 for covering monthly living expenses.
Yes.
The question I have is because I think and not to backtrack what Member Dumont's saying, but when we discussed number 5, it was with the thinking that there might be a second round in the fall. So say someone already had it in
Yeah.
April, but then in October or November, they're really sick because it's supposed to come back again. And that's what we were thinking, and that would be separated from this. So I don't know if 6 would actually cover that. So that's my thinking is what if.
'Cause it is
And I know
two-
these are hypotheticals
It
and they
is.
might not happen, and that's hard to make
So-
a decision
So let
on
me
that.
go over the 2 scenarios that we're talking about, see if it does make sense. So the 5 was if they do contract it a separate time, different periods of times. The number 6 is you've contracted it, but because you're not able to go back to work for 2 months because of how it really affected you, you are now 2 months behind on your bills. And this is a real scenario. And no income coming in, 2 months, finally get to go back to work just recently, but with a cutback in hours. So behind 2 months in bills. And could probably show, I'm assuming, I don't know this for sure yet, but would be able to show that supporting documentation from the employer. So that's what we're saying. You'd have to let us know, that the employer would have to confirm that you haven't been able to go back to work. Because otherwise we wouldn't know. And so that would give them, and I just threw that amount out. So I put 30 or 60, and then I threw out the amount 15. 30 or 60 days, if I would say 30, because if you're off work for 30 days, you're already a month behind. And so 60 would just even be worse. So I'm recommending 30. 1,500, I don't know if that's an amount you were looking at, if you want it lower, if you want it higher. It just was 1,500.
For this one, and remain unemployed, so we're assuming that this individual also is on any sort of unemployment as well?
So, but that's a question too for you to decide. Do you care? Do you, so say here, if one of us contracted it, we'd still get paid because we have a leave policy. Not all businesses, provide that or can. So then they would be out of no income. So that's up to you too. Is income even an issue? Does that matter to you if someone's can't physically go back to work for 2 months because of this illness, but they do receive some type of payment still coming in? Does that even matter to you? Do you still just want to give them the 15?
Yes, so,
I would recommend just giving them the 1,500. This money was intended to help our tribal members, and that's what I think we should be doing with it. And we shouldn't make them rely on outside help, whether it's getting state employment assistance or their own employer. And some of them might not even be employed, but I would prefer just to help our people as much as we can.
Okay.
yes, Member Dumont?
So I agree with Councilwoman Willa, and I got some suggested edits. After unemployed, in the first line, I would take out receiving no income. So it would just read, remain unemployed for more than, and I would say 30 days. And then I would say due to and add the virus or policies prohibiting a return to work, employment policies prohibiting a return to work.
Okay. And we've heard that too. So say you have to isolate, because you've been around somebody and you're working a restaurant. We've heard those scenarios too, is they've had to stay home for 14 days and not get tips or get paid for those 14 days. So,
Yeah.
okay.
So, is this a one-time payment?
You'll need to decide if that's. So would it be per confirmed case? So say you ran into the person that had contracted it 2 times, once in April and one in August.
So for me, that's a non-issue because
Oh, yeah,
I'm not going to vote for number 5, right? So that number of number of times it's contracted wouldn't be an issue. It would just be if you're off work because of the virus or because your employer says you had the virus, so you can't come back to work for more than 30 days. And I think that's doing a lot of the same thing. But whether it's going to happen multiple times, like the chairman is asking, if someone's off 90 days or 120 days, I think that's another question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Clay in that I feel like I am leaning more towards number 6 and removing number 5 altogether, because I feel like what you're trying to mitigate the consequences of having the virus, and that could be done, I think, through number 6. But that's just my own opinion.
Well, I was just had questions on number 5, the way that it is. Just trying to understand. Basically, there was a question about whether this is additional confirmation rather than you document once and twice and get $5,000 at that second time. I mean,
So-
there's the way it's worded, it could be confusing there.
So if we take 5 out, and in November, if someone contracts COVID that's already had it and received that 2,500, they would get 1,500.
If they are off work for 30 days because of the
Yeah.
virus.
I see.
Yes.
I get what you mean.
So if they're only off work maybe 15, 20 days, they're not gonna get anything. We're gonna have those scenarios. So it means that if someone can return back to work the 17th day, they're not gonna get that 1,500.
Yes, Member Dumont?
Yeah. It's if this is a second, because the first one's already identified. If you have COVID, you're gonna get that 2,500, and then your dependents. This is if, this is in addition to that. So, if you've contracted the COVID and you're off more than 30 days, you'll get $1,500.
Yes.
I guess when I'm looking at them, I'm fine with them, and I appreciate what you're trying to relay here. And I don't know if maybe we just keep it in there as a by chance if it happens, and then see how much these 2 pieces of the policy are actually being used, and then revisit it after a while, maybe in the fall, so that we can see, are these things that are actually taking place with our tribal membership, or should we just remove them? Because I feel a little ambiguous about them. I feel, again, like I'm leaning more towards 6, but if we just left them there to say, by chance, if this is a part of the policy that was used, thank goodness that it was in there. But I don't know. I don't know which way to go here.
Because did that make sense, how if we took 5 out and the person received it or contracted it again, they wouldn't be eligible for another 2,500 unless they'd be eligible for a $1,500 if they were out of work for 30 days.
That works.
And I'm
for me.
comfortable with that
Okay.
at this point. And I agree with Councilwoman Hakakta. I think we can come back to it. If we start having members that are out for extended periods of time, we can revisit it pretty easily.
So is everyone good with taking 5 out?
Yeah, what's the thinking there, about 5? I mean, is the concern an additional confirmed case? I mean, I was just wondering why this concern is the amount of money, and it kind of brings in a complexity. Is this the same case being retested?
Becomes a medical complexity, and we certainly don't want people trying to game the system by going out and getting multiple tests. And I don't know if those things are I hear they're going to become more available, right, as time goes on. So I would just prefer that we try to keep it to the economic need because of the virus.
Okay, are folks comfortable with that then? Moving on and deleting 5? And I guess that makes number 6 5 again. And there was some edits, I guess it was 30 days, and the other edits that were discussed.
Yes. And so I'll bring those ones back.
And it's a small clerical thing, but I think I'd make number 4 go at the bottom since it's about technology and move the others up.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
Okay. And I believe that's all.
Looks like it.
Changes?
Yep.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to approve the edits to the Climate Tribes Administration Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Coronavirus Relief Funds Assistance Program. Oh, wow, I guess I didn't have to. That's, okay, most by Member Powell, second by Member Dumont. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. 5. Okay, those opposed? 0 opposed, abstentions? 1 abstention, motion carries.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everybody.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Kathy.
I'll get that to you guys by tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is Danita here?
Hello? Is anybody on the line?
Hello, this is Danita.
Hi, Danita. Okay.
Hi.
We are ready for you.
Yeah, can't quite hear, so.
Hi, Tribal Council. So I'm
Yes,
presenting I did want to mention, I don't know if everybody had heard or not, but for FY 2020, the child support program received a waiver for the tribal share for 2020 for child support. So for 2020, the whole child support program is funded through the federal government.
Awesome.
Because it
Good
Oh,
job.
wow.
Yeah.
That's great news.
And then for 2021, I plan to apply for a waiver in October.
Great, thank
So I
you.
don't know if that'll be granted or not, but, I'm preparing for that and to get that waiver ready, when October comes around.
Okay, thank you. That's good news.
Yeah, so that was really good. And of course, we could only ask for the cash match. We could not ask for any of the tribal in-kind. So, because we, can't put a dollar amount on that. So, okay, so for FY 2021, what I did was, it's 21, I increased salaries. So I increased my time and Michelle's time into the child support budget. And that, of course, increased the fringe benefits. I increased the building use fee. And then we did an increase of the filing court fees, web services, and members' benefits. Members' benefits is used for a tribal match. And what we did was we worked on a formula that when we're doing per capita garnishments, because we're doing so many, it's like 232 per capita garnishments that we had prepped and ready for this last year. we attached a little formula to that to give us a figure and a dollar amount that we could use as an in-kind match with the federal government. We decreased travel.
Danita, what page are you on?
I am on budget at a glance. And that is, so that gives, it's a graph with the total, do you guys have that page?
Yeah,
I'm scrolling through
it's down a ways, but we
It's-
have it.
Tab 6, budget at a glance. It's a condensed
It's on page
overview of the
17.
budget.
Go ahead, you can go ahead.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
there. Go ahead, Danita.
I didn't know if you needed to get there. Okay, so the total federal amount that we would ask for is $538,210.24. The tribal match, which includes a cash match and in-kind, is $134,552.56. Of the $134,552 and 56 cents, 41,000 would be cash match, and the 82,126 would be in kind. And what we do is we use filing fees, we use members' benefits time, we use public information time, we use hours from the chief judge, any service that's paid for by tribal funds, and if we use any type of service through them for child support, then we can count that as an in-kind, and so we spend a lot of time doing that. So the total federal share that we'll be asking for is $538,210. $134,552 will be the tribal share, for a total budget of $672,762.80.
Any questions, comments? Yeah, Member Duma?
Hi, Danita, it's Clay. So,
Clay.
on the matching part, on the cash part, is that, my understanding is that Tribal Health is picking that up this time? I see on the application, you're talking about K-TRAP and Tribal Priorities 2021 money?
Yes, so this is 21, so the fiscal year will start October 1. Tribal Health was picking up 2020. So what we could do is roll that Tribal Health money into the 2021 budget for the tribal match, since I got a waiver from the federal government for the 2020 tribal amount.
I see. Okay, so you're covered for the cash match for both years?
Well, for 2020, we are, yes,
Okay.
because Tribal Health did agree to do the unmet need for the Klamath tribes, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions,
And
comments?
we'll definitely apply again in 2021 for a waiver based on COVID, with our enterprises, pulling in less money, or revenue being less. I will definitely generate another waiver request and go back to the feds with that.
If there aren't any further questions or comments, I'd entertain a motion to approve the annual child support enforcement grant as proposed. Okay, Member Palace, second by Member Dumont. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by raising a hand. Got 5. Those opposed, the same. 0 opposed, abstentions. With 1 abstention, motion carries. Thank you, Danita.
Thank you. And did you guys want me, Brandy, to mention anything about the building? I know that Lana and Monica were going to talk a little bit about it. The judge sent another notice or another informational thing about, tribal council had approved us to look for a building, and so we're working with administration and tribal health to try to secure a spot. And also, we have like 3 new positions coming on, so we need that place to house people. So do you need me to mention any of that, or do you want to just wait for Lana and Monica?
Yeah, I think we can address it there. I think we have an understanding of that, but,
Okay.
were you planning on joining in on that part of it, or, I mean, you don't have to unless you have the time.
I was not going to. I was going to another meeting this afternoon, but I just
Okay.
wanted to put it out there.
Okay.
Because I think you had questions about it yesterday, right, Brandy?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So go ahead. Go ahead if you can give us a quick update on it.
Okay, so what I had talked about was that we had talked with Lana and Monica, and they came over and toured the building and found that this building, the tribal court building, would fit their needs. What I've done next is reached out to Rebecca Jackson to schedule an appointment with Lana and Monica and Kathy Rich to talk about the administrative part of it. I have sent our building use fee to Lana so they can review that and see, what that entails from the Klamath Tribes administration. And we also sent them the engineer's report of the building so that they would have that to review too.
Okay. Lana's got a question.
Yes.
I emailed Roberta last night after our meeting we had yesterday, where we kind of talked about it with George and everything. So I emailed Roberta because she was asking me about the contribution for the fitness center. And so I emailed her back. I'll work on that this week right after we get through our CRF presentations. And I told her that one of the final developments we need is the commitment, because George said he could put it in writing for us, on getting the prevention offices in the new fitness building. That will secure that transaction we talked about. And also, that's part of what, and if Monica wants to add anything here, that was part of like our deal with being able to swap, was they could use the courthouse for, and she'll speak to that. And then prevention was really the one she was worried about needing, to be in the fitness center. So it kind of is working its way out there. And then we just have to follow through with the meeting on the administration piece. Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, we have, there would be adequate space for privacy and services at the courthouse for our behavioral health needs. Prevention was my focus because the gym will be very enticing to our youth, and they will naturally be gravitating towards that building. So instead of having to separate and choose whether they would kind of come to after school services at behavioral health or go to the gym, we figured we could just create all prevention services to operate out of that gymnasium. So there would just be kind of a one-stop shop for youth for after-school programming. So.
Thank you.
So, yeah, that was just our final so when we have that meeting with Danita, we'll invite George to be there too. And then whoever is our HGM at that point, or the new GM for us too, and so that they can make the final decisions, we'll get it all squared away.
Sounds wonderful. Great, thank you. Anything further before we move on?
Okay, thank you, Danita.
Thanks,
Okay,
Danita.
take care. Thank you, guys.
Oh, yes, Member Dumont?
You too. Take care.
So I'm looking at the agenda here, and I see that Secretary Frost has left town and did not make a lunch break for us. So I don't know what you want to do about that, but I see we have folks here in the auditorium, so I would just
Yeah.
like to suggest that we figure out a way to get lunch in.
Yes, I was thinking about that too, actually, because it's pretty long. I think folks from Tribal Health are here. Would probably, if we could maybe perhaps move that up, items 8 and 9 perhaps. Would that, do you think that would help us move along? Allow those folks to at least go before we have lunch?
Will it take a long time? Send her up.
Are we gonna? Okay.
25 minutes?
Yeah, okay, sure.
Are you hangry right now? Okay.
Yeah, so by consensus, we'll move items 8 and 9 up at this point, so.
Okay.
So we're going to do a PowerPoint, is that at this time now?
We can either do a PowerPoint, or I think we've emailed it to you.
Yeah, we have it
So you can
emailed.
just bring it up and follow along. That's
Okay.
easier for you
Okay,
guys.
great.
I know Lana has a lot of financial documents. I don't know if those are all in PowerPoint form, either paper form.
No, I emailed them copies.
Okay,
if they wanna-
email copies. Okay, so my job here today for you guys is to provide an explanation of the need and the context around our large ask today. And Lana is going to fill in all of the financial components because she's been working directly with some of our high-level collaborators in developing this homelessness, houseless COVID-19 response for our most at-risk community members. So I'm just going to go through my PowerPoint presentation, and then I'll hand it over to Lana, and then together we can answer any questions that you guys might have. So I'm just going to move to page 1 on the PowerPoint presentation, which is purpose. So purpose is really how I'm looking at this, is exactly why we're at this juncture, why we're taking on the ask for this need. So number 1, that there is a disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on the homeless and houseless individuals, people of color in particular. So American Indians, Alaska Natives across the country have the 3rd highest rate of homelessness in the country. We haven't been following this data in quantitative form at Youth and Family Guidance Center, but it is definitely easy to say that about 50% of the individuals walking through our door at YFGC are meeting the federal definition of homelessness. Those who are coming in with severe persistent mental illness and or a substance use disorder, we're seeing about 75% of those individuals are struggling with homelessness right off the get, right when they come through our doors. A disproportionate impact on people with disabilities, and also individuals with underlying health conditions, including those behavioral health conditions. So there is an obvious need for a homelessness response greater than what is being provided now. So the 14-day stay in a hotel is not meeting the need. It could potentially even be exacerbating issues for people with mental illness. The second purpose why we're here is because just even under normal circumstances, the houseless resources are not meeting the need, are chronically not meeting the need. So there are limited shelter beds available in Klamath County overall, and many of them are solely focused on single adults, not necessarily individuals with families, and especially for youth, there is very little homeless response for youth. The Exodus House does have some resource, but it's very limited. And over the years, their scope of work has changed as well. So there's this permanent housing need that's chronically unmet. Oftentimes when you're not working directly with this population, like we are at YFGC on a day-to-day basis, so you're not really seeing the true need, like in the trenches, you can have this disconnect. And disconnect sometimes can cause inaction. So these large-scale efforts to solve homelessness isn't really happening at the degree it really needs to. So we're knocking on the door all the time on this issue, which is how the reentry housing came to light, why we put such a strong emphasis on the impacts grant, which I'll let you guys know right now we were awarded our full ask of $700,000. So that's really exciting. And also that, it could cause a diffusion of responsibility in that isn't our issue to take on, that's housing's issue, or that's council's issue, or, so all of that together collectively can create those barriers for action and change. Or also just on the other end, that the wait times are long, the eligibility requirements are steep, and so it's really hard for our homeless or houseless individuals to navigate some of those systems, but also that they're on wait lists for years at a time. Yeah. Another purpose that we have this ask is that the extent of COVID-19 is really unknown. If you watch any of the national news right now, they're saying that even our fall and winter times can be some of the hardest that we've ever seen in our lifetime and in our generations. And so we really have to be thinking and preparing for that. The longer it lasts, the harder it is for individuals to be able to meet their basic needs moving forward. They're probably going to expect more loss of employment, loss of financial resources, and so we may see this problem even grow greater than what we know it to be right now. And then, of course, the CARES Act. the whole reason why we are pushing this ask forward right now, because rarely do we have funding available to be able to have this kind of responsive action. So it allows us to leverage resources to the fullest extent. It allows us as tribal health to meet immediate short-term and midterm needs of this population and to have an equitable response. I think that is extremely important, that anybody that we're servicing under this resource, we wouldn't be looking at their situation from a moral standpoint of like, well, we know them or we know their situation and do we really think they have the need, that it would just be equitable across the board. Understanding that homelessness is, you have to have those basic human needs met before you can actually really integrate into services. No judgment and bias. That safety measures would probably be our only deciding factor on how to provide somebody with homeless resources. Also, this really amazing nothing about us without us approach that even at the state level, Oregon Health Authority is taking this huge approach on your services really need to be designed with your end users in mind, the people with lived experience. Those who have been homeless should be having voice in how you develop your homeless response. And just inclusive of cultural factors, I think we talked a little bit about how we know how racism and bias have influenced services in this community. I think that most agencies out here are aware that the tribe has received a large pot of funding. So we necessarily, I think they may come from a standpoint of like, why are you not solving all these issues internally? You have a lot of funding to do this, and still knocking on the doors of community agencies to try to help us figure out how to help our homeless and houseless individuals. So why tribal health, right? So why is tribal health taking on a kind of a housing realm of services? One, because this is a major health crisis. Homelessness is a health crisis, first and foremost. So this is some of the data nationally, but individuals with homelessness issues often die by the age of 47 on average. So early death rates are almost 17 times more likely to be the victims of violence because of their exposure to risk, are 9 times more likely to commit suicide than the general population because of environmental stressors and factors that they face on a day-to-day basis, are more likely to suffer from untreated severe mental illness. So according to national data, about 20%, as compared to 6% of the general population, have a severe persistent mental illness diagnosis. We did get a pot of funding from OHA to be able, for the first time in the last year, provide some assistance for permanent housing solutions for individuals with severe and persistent mental illness. And we're utilizing that funding all the time, but it's just a very small pot. It's not the solution. Women report escaping abuse as the leading cause of homelessness. Nearly 90% of homeless women are victims of physical or sexual abuse, according to HUD. Factors that increase homelessness, post-traumatic stress disorder in particular. We know our long history of violence and trauma in our communities and how that plays out in today's society, but it's a really difficult behavioral health impact to manage. It can really influence and affect a large part of people's lives. Addiction, we already know that one. Socioeconomic factors, so not a lot of job opportunities, financial situations, just stigma in general around homelessness, and then lack of social supports available to people. So we're in this position right now that we have to build the capacity to actually provide this emergent response to homelessness for COVID, and then also moving forward past December 31st, 2020 is our goal here is not to just provide this right now and then not sure what we're going to do beyond then, that we're going to start something, and we know as we're starting it, we're also building the capacity to continue to do this work beyond 12/31. That's one of the most important things. So there is a framework, and I shared this with you guys. The National Alliance for Homelessness has already created really solid frameworks on how tribes, counties, communities can respond to homelessness. And they've already done the crosswalks on how you use your CRF funding to be able to provide these services, so that we already can look to these well-established resources to develop what we're presenting to you today. So we're not just making this up. We actually have national alliance that does the work, that has already done the work and has been well involved in this since COVID first came about, and they were tasked by the federal government to start providing this stuff. Their framework says we need to have all of these elements included when we're providing a response. So one, effectively protect sheltered and unsheltered individuals from COVID-19 risk. That's the first, that's why we're doing this. We want to maximize all of our existing programs to their fullest extent. Reduce dependence on healthcare and public safety resources. Fold in comprehensive healthcare response, so making sure that any individual we serve is connected to healthcare. That shelter options are designed to be extremely low barrier, culturally appropriate, non-discriminatory, accessible for people with disabilities, and equitably accessed. What's not included on here, which we know first and foremost, is quick turnaround, same-day turnaround, like super fast. Like that we don't have to be like, well, we got to fill out the paperwork and then we'll wait and hopefully someone answers our email. That we have this immediate response that we can give to individuals. Another one, engagement of individuals with lived experience as peers to these homeless individuals. Engagement with agencies, programs, faith-based organizations who are already providing this service. So the way that communities across the nation are solving homelessness is not just giving it to one department. It is entirely a community-based response. Every stakeholder that has a handhold with any homeless person is at the table helping to create long-term solutions. And then understanding that permanent housing is the end goal for every single one of these individuals. Even if we put them in temporary shelter placement, they're still considered homeless. So we have to have permanent solutions as our end goal. The stopgap measures are okay, and they meet the current need. And emergency provisions are needed, but they are not the solution. Okay, and I just want to be really clear on that. That we have to have stakeholders coming to the table, and leadership that isn't performing on any kind of old information or old ways of doing business, that we're super innovative, we're brave, we're going down these roads that we've never been down. So with that, we've been in several conversations, some meetings. All of this kind of came about quickly because of the Impacts Grant. And us truly knowing that if we were going to be taking people and diverting them from jail into treatment services, many of them are homeless. And we're going to have some kind of housing solution for them. Or if they are integrated into treatment and waiting for a residential bed, they need a place to stay during those important transitions in life. So we brought two high-level collaborators to the table in lots of discussions in the last month and a half. Our first one is the Stronghold. Many of you know who these individuals are. I think they've came and presented to Tribal Council before. So they are an all-tribal entity that is securing themselves right here in the Chilliquin area. They are near completion of their 501c3 status, but in the meantime, they have a fiscal sponsor who has long-term longevity in nonprofit business and also response to homelessness. So they're doing this work, and they've been doing this work for years in the Portland area, and they've taken on the Stronghold, really mentoring them and getting them up and running and providing fiscal sponsorship for them at this time. But they're near completion of their own 501c3. They're just waiting, I think, for letters and things like that. So they're culturally responsive, all tribal peers, trained peer supports, and recovery mentors. So they're one of our what we see as a high-level collaborator. Our second one is Red is the Road to Wellness, also known in our community as RRW. This is a well-established 501c3 program. They are providing recovery mentors, peer support 7 days a week. They provide job and life skills. They have a drop-in center that's already operating in Klamath Falls. They have some limited housing resources. They're developing a restorative justice program, and they have a huge emphasis on the American Indian Alaska Native population. So right now, their operations center is the old Klamath Indian Full Gospel Church on Onyx Street. So they secured that facility, and they're operating out of there. They have a Facebook page that's up and running. They're already providing, and they're awesome because what they're doing, what both of these programs are providing is our behavioral health doors close at 5 o'clock, and they're doing this after hours and weekends, 7 days a week, outreach to the community. Very vital services that are needed. So both of these entities, we're seeing them as high-level collaborators in that community-based approach to come up with a solution for homelessness. We're looking at them really truly as solid foundations to build on. While they're not under the umbrella of the Klamath Tribes, Youth and Family Guidance Center is well aware that we will be holding hands with both of these collaborators for years to come, because they are able to provide work that we necessarily cannot provide in the manner it's needed under our service array. So currently, RRW has a capacity for 10 bed spaces, and they service the whole entire community with an emphasis on American Indian Alaska Natives. If we are able to go into contract with them, they would be able to expand their bed space for tribal people up to 25 beds for temporary housing, 60 to 90 days. What they would provide for individuals is this entire wraparound support service. So they would be providing daily contact with individuals. They would be helping to meet their most basic needs of clothing and food. They would be high-level collaborators with tribal health for all of their health array needs, so behavioral health services, health services. They have the ability to provide transportation. They would be providing recovery support after hours, cultural connectedness. They're already doing, beading classes, all those kinds of things for people. Operating their drop-in center, and then developing second chance employment opportunities, because homelessness, one of the solutions is for jobs and a steady income coming in for individuals. The Stronghold can provide much of that same thing, but right now, right off the gate, they have 2 facilities that they have secured in the Chiloquin area. Both of those facilities, they need to be brought into COVID compliance, okay, first and foremost. However, there is low cost there for the high output that these individuals will provide in our community, in our Chiloquin community, for individuals with mental illness and substance use disorders. So currently their capacity is 0 rooms, but quickly they could bring that and increase it up to 25 rooms, 1 in a transitional home and 1 in an actual shelter. And they too would be providing that wraparound peer support after hours and on weekends, shelter in transitional living space, transportation, collaboration with us, recovery support, cultural connectedness, and a daily drop-in center for the Chiloquin community. So they're amazing foundations. We need them, and I see ourselves really needing to support their growth at this time, just because of what they're going to provide for our tribal people going forward. Our third foundation to build on, we have a significant need for transitional housing, especially that we just got the Impacts Grant, and the Sobering Center is about to open its doors in early fall. We will be diverting people from jail into treatment services, but many of them are homeless. So they need a safe, sober, secure place to stay while they integrate into treatment. They wait for residential beds, or they're coming out of residential and don't have a healthy place to go to. We have to have a solution for them, and we don't right now. We're just leaning on whatever housing has, and the 14-day allotment of a motel stay. But that isn't wrapped in peer support. So that isn't our approach. Our approach is like this high level, like let's get them the room and then wrap them in services. So that's the CADA building. It has a longevity of healing, which I like. I think that's important. A lot of healing has happened under the roof there for tribal people. Importance of holding space. So just like the individuals from the Klamath City were here this morning, that having a building downtown Klamath that has the tribe's name on it also lends to equity in this community. The cost, we look at the cost of this as, instead of tearing it down and building a new space, just renovating that building to provide the need is low cost for the high output that we're going to have in the lives that could be changed with those services. So we've been touring that building. Jerry has brought in individuals to look at it. She'll speak to some of the costs that we've come up with. But that could potentially be renovated and turned into a 10-room, safe, secure, sober transitional home, co-ed home for individuals transitioning between treatment, getting out of jail, so on and so forth. So beyond 12/31, right? So if CRF funding truly ends 12/31 and there's no extension, we're not just going to stop these efforts. Once we start this ball rolling, it has to keep going. Okay, so with both RRW and the Stronghold, we've written both of their service elements into the impacts grant. So we already knew we were going to be working with them for 2 years, and that grant is renewable in 2-year increments. We already know they're going to be our collaborators, whether this resource is approved for COVID or not. Although doing it in that manner, it's grant funds, it's much limited funding, and our movement will be much slower. Our response to the community will be in a much slower fashion, okay? So we are already going to be working with them with direct referral sources, impacts grant and jail diversion support. What we would be looking at for RRW is running the CADA house once it's renovated for that transitional space, while we internally build the capacity to be able to take this under our own roof and run it ourselves. And both of them have ongoing strategic plans. They both have big visions for how they want to grow their services in the community. So they're in it for the long haul, which I appreciate and like. RRW, one of their big visions is to build a 100 unit housing structure in the Klamath Tribes, or not the Klamath Tribes community, in Klamath County, and to increase their recovery support activity all throughout Klamath County, not just generally focused in Klamath Falls itself, so those outlying areas. And then for the Stronghold, there's of course right off the gate is the full renovation of their 2 spaces to get up and running quickly. So they're operating a full shelter resource, drop-in center, and transitional living home. And of course, increasing their support activities for the American Indian population. So they have visions of a large community garden, to have sweat lodges on site, to be doing cultural classes, those kinds of things for the community. So with this proposal, we are incorporating heavily 4 of the 5 elements for homelessness response. One is racial justice and equity response, so non-biased, non-judgmental, easily accessible services. Addressing the highest needs first, so our homeless population with mental illness and substance use disorders that are technically homeless. We're growing our framework for partnerships with community agencies. We're acting quickly. Okay, I wish we would have been here like a month and a half ago to provide this, but we're doing our best to act quickly to provide the resource. The area of most growth is developing stable housing. This is a conversation that has to remain on the table, that stakeholders have to be called to action to come up with the solution for permanent housing solutions. And so I look forward to any conversations going forward on how, the housing department, Klamath Tribal Health, other community agencies could do this, start really talking about. We've had lots of conversations about tiny home villages, securing more property, how could we quickly do this? Could we do it with COVID funds? Could we not, I'm not the decision maker on that, but I know that what we're proposing today is this homelessness COVID response with wraparound services under each entity, up to 25 bed spaces, same day turnaround for housing. We could do that, all with COVID funding. And so that's just the context, why we have the ask today, how we're building the capacity to be able to even provide the resource. And then it's not a stop resource December 31st. We have other grant funding in place to continue the work beyond that. And as these 2 collaborators build their services, eventually they'll have their own billing components, and internally they're already having their own plans to grow and to be self-sustainable if we contracted with them or not. And so they are invested in this community and are already proving to be so. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Lana she can give the financial pieces, and then together and we could answer any questions that you guys might have, so, okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, or afternoon, I should say.
It's afternoon, just now afternoon.
Afternoon? So did you guys, I apologize, I sent the actual, in the past, we had just updated the spreadsheet with the amounts. And then on the page 2 of the spreadsheet for our CRF budgeted items, we just put kind of a description of that. So since we put a lot of work and effort into developing this project, I did email the proposals, kind of show you where we came up with these numbers.
And that was an email sent yesterday at 4:53 from Berta regarding the old Cada house. Is that the one you're talking about?
Was it?
Oh, yeah, 4:53.
I sent it at 10 last night.
Yeah,
That's when I know I sent it. That's when I had time to send it. We had a payroll crisis yesterday, go until 6 p.m. Yeah, are they?
Thanks, working on it.
Okay, so we got that situated. And then I had to feed my kids. I went back to work and finished my day. So, so you should have got 4 attachments. And I can start with the Stronghold proposal. So as Monica spoke about, they were able to secure 2 buildings in Chiloquin. If everybody knows where the White House Methodist Church is by the Chiloquin Park. And right behind that, there's a red house. So I can start with the, not the one that says for the Methodist Church, but the one that is the budget proposal to the Klamath Tribe Stronghold for a responsive peer support program.
That one's not on this. That's a separate one.
There's, well, the one I sent had 4 attachments. The one I sent to Berta.
3. Stronghold budget proposal to Klamath Tribes Without Church, the Stronghold budget proposal to the tribe for the Methodist Church, and the RRW proposal.
The one without the church then.
Okay.
That'll be the one I'm talking about. And so it's a very comprehensive proposal, but on page, it gives the estimated total cost of $760,000. This is basically to build the foundation for their organization. It renovates the red house, which would be available for up to 6 beds immediately. And that, Monica and I did a tour with them. It needs very minimal renovations. They could get that done very quickly. So both of these properties have, the Stronghold was able to get the Methodist Church to transfer them to the Methodist Church in Portland that she talked about, the Great Spirit. So the other 501c3, that's their fiscal sponsor and going to mentor them to do this work. They do this for several organizations in the Portland area, and I spoke with their executive director, Alan, and he said that what they do is they contract, they take on these and they kind of mentor these other startup 501c3s, but they ask if the fiscal agent and keep control of the funds and do the financial reporting for them and make sure everything goes off until the 501c3 is fully functioning on its own. He said he gave us some good news last week. They were able to have the Methodist Church, whatever chapter owns it in Chiloquin, transferring that to him in Portland. And they would be more than willing to lease that to the Stronghold for up to like 100 years for like $1 a year. They don't want to ever renovate it and put it back into a church. They love what the work that the church is doing and helping a nonprofit help the most needy people. It's in line with their work they do in Portland, and they just want to be part of it, and they would offer that to the Stronghold. Okay, so that's why that's why on their last page of their proposal, you'll see she describes the relationship, the partnership with Great Spirit Native American Fellowship United Methodist Church in Portland. So that one was a total of $760,000. And that would get their program up and running. The second proposal from them, which I had to break out separately, is the White Church. Because similar to the 2 buildings we would have in Klamath Falls, we'd have 2 buildings in Chiloquin. We also toured the White Church in there, and that's where they would get up to 25 beds. And these are available for tours if anybody would like to see them. So the renovation in there, they could have transitional living like we're proposing to do out of the CADA house. So the same type of living there, COVID compliant. Whether they're coming off the streets, coming out of treatment, coming out of jail, coming out of prison. I know the governor wants us to release a whole lot of prisoners because they have health issues, which I thought that was strange, but if they have health issues and they're coming out and they're homeless, we've got to be prepared to take care of them correctly. So this is going to provide an immediate response for that. And so this proposal for the Methodist Church, where their lease obviously wouldn't cost them anything, $1 a year, and the offer of up to 100 years there's no risk there for us not having this place going forward. And so the proposal there was around $707,000 to fully renovate that building. So that was the second proposal budgeted item in there. And the third one is the RRW proposal. They had 3 parts to their proposal, but we did go with just the part 1 and 2, which was the proposed solution. The COVID-19 response was their peer support program, up to 5 to 7 people, just like the Stronghold, to provide 24-hour peer support to up to 25 beds. And they have their budget in there, and it's $675,000. They did have a part 3 for a mobile COVID response, a trailer, and a part 4 for a COVID test and tracking. We did not choose to engage in services for those because, as you guys, we just presented a budget to you for our own $1 million budget from IHS to do our own testing and tracking. So we don't need them to provide services for testing and the tracking. We need the peer support services from these 2 organizations. So we just went with part 1 and part 2 of their proposal for right now, and that was the budget of $675,000. The 4th attachment you should see was Jerry's estimate on renovating the CADA house. So we have in our strategic plan to identify a need for that house, and so the timing all just kind of worked out perfectly. In the last couple months, we've been having all these meetings with everybody on what you can actually do with COVID funding. And so Jerry worked up a proposal. I did see the one thing I added was furnishing. I didn't see where he put any furnishing in there. So I threw in an extra amount of $38,400 for beds, TVs, dining tables, dishes, whatever the house would need to be furnished after it's fully remodeled. And Monica spoke to that. That's 10 to 12 rooms, but both of these drop-in centers, they would have a drop-in center in Klamath and Chiloquin and a transitional living place in Klamath Falls and Chiloquin. And both of those in their proposals have built in where they have a couple RAs that live there to ensure that they're following the rules, that they're taking care of the property, that, it's 24-hour coverage to make sure that the individuals have their support system in place. So all of those totaled about $2.8 million, which is what we put on the budget. And this would provide, so these issues and needs of transitional living have been on our leadership agenda for the last year to 2 years with Monica and them. Being outpatient and stuff, we do see a lot of people from these different walks of jail and treatment, and really there's a huge gap in the service that we provide. We take them in and we do an assessment and we send them off to treatment. But then when they get out, they have no support, and then we see them relapse and they go again. So I have some of my relatives that are in their 3rd or 4th time of treatment because when they come out, they're homeless. They go back to Chiloquin, they start hanging out with their friends, they start relapsing, we go through this cycle where it's years and years. And so we've been talking about the last few years about transitional living spaces with the CADA building in mind and different types of things. And so those kind of just merged this summer because we've had those already in our discussions in leadership, but they merged with the COVID-19 funding as we were sitting there for the last 2 or 3 months, and the regulations came out and they were so vague, but there was only certain areas you could spend in. So you can spend on your salaries and wages for people that are substantially dedicated to COVID. You can spend on PPE equipment. You can spend on a testing plan. You can spend on anything COVID-related. And then there's this extra carve-out where you can also try to care for the most vulnerable population, the homeless population. And so I think George could tell you some of the meetings that we had. They developed a program where you could put if you were homeless for COVID response in a hotel for up to 2 weeks. So he did that a few times, and then he described to us how that wasn't really as effective as we would want it to be, because when you put them in the hotel, they have all these other high needs that need to be addressed. And so those are the kind of discussions we were having with George when this was going on. And so that's a great, very immediate need, but we realize that putting them in there, they need to be immediately matched up with Monica's type of services: behavioral health, drug and alcohol, mental health issues, health care. They might have dental, anything that we can provide. And this peer support, the idea of someone being there for them every day to see what they need, whether it's court, transportation, jail, their PO, they just have major health issues, they need detox, anything. That, I believe, is going to provide and fill that gap from when we engage with our tribal members and they come in and they want help and they actually go to treatment and they start engaging. If we can give them the basic needs, which is their shelter, food, and their wrap them around in these peer support services for 6 months or 12 months until they do get employment or they get stabilized with other things that they need, and then they integrate back into, like Monica was saying, this does bring up another issue of, so we're adding the next level of service. We're engaging them in services, and then we're putting them in this transitional living, and then we all know Klamath County has a huge housing shortage, right? So we know we're creating this issue of, okay, we've got to hurry up and get to the table and create some kind of low-income housing solution, some kind of permanent where we can put them after they go through the transitional living. So then we've got to we're going to have to come up with the solutions, and we have tons of community partners that are working on the same thing in Klamath County because of the housing shortages. So I'm confident we can find a solution for our housing needs, working with George and the housing and all the community partners in Klamath Falls. And that'll be probably the next project we start embarking on, with the tribes. And like she said, we're excited to have those talks. But today this just provided a real solution to some needs that our tribal members have had for a very long time, and actually is going to improve our services that we're able to provide, as well as being allowable in the COVID-19 CRF funds. So that's why we put this together for you guys.
I'll have to think about it here.
I know.
Any questions or comments or? Oh, I see Gail. Sorry. Oh, I thought you were, okay. Yes, Member Dumont, did you? Okay, Jesse, okay.
Just wanted to ask real quick, could you give me the final total of the request for all of the different proposals?
For the 4 proposals is the 2.8 million I put on the spreadsheet.
Okay. Yeah.
And then on the, there's a tribal health section on the spreadsheet where you describe, and I listed the 4 different proposals.
Yes.
So Lana, I know you said for the RRW proposal that you had taken out a couple of the sections that you said you didn't need. So is that why it says, I'm confused, there's a budget item there that says 3.8 million?
Yeah.
So that shouldn't be there? Is that?
Well, if you follow me on page 1 where it says number 1, service introduction. And then on number 2, it says part 2, proposed solution, the COVID-19 response. And that goes through page 4 or 5, and it ends, and it has their budget, startup costs, and then their $675,000. That's the amount we're going with here. Part 3 is a MOBID COVID-19 response, which is a truck and trailer for $117,000. We're not going with part 3. And then if you flip over to page 4, part 4, the COVID test and tracking, that part's where they go into That part would be the 3.8 million. So right before summation, it says, as such, please let us know how we could scale to meet your needs. So Monica and I discussed this, and we did not feel that the mobile unit to go out and do testing was needed, nor the 3.8 million antibody testing was needed. We will rely on our own IMT team at Tribal Health to guide the tribe on testing and tracking and testing events and mobile, all that. So we did,
So
yeah,
675,000 is the total for that organization.
for this one. Yes. 675.
Yeah, Member Lang?
Just for clarification for myself, because I wasn't sure if I tracked with that. So the 2.8 is with the items backed out?
Yes.
Okay, so I love the idea of the fiscal sponsor to help them get started up for a 501c3.
Yeah.
Making sure that they, you know, they have to report to their fiscal sponsor to get stuff signed off on. I think that's awesome. So, you know, I really love this idea. Who would manage, so is it separate 501c3s?
Yes.
Okay, who's going to manage those on those for each of the?
RRW has the executive director, William Barnes.
Okay.
And I actually had the chance to meet his partner. His name's Leon. Do you know his last name? Okay, his name's Leon. He flew out here to help William put this proposal together. They've been operational for 1 month, and they did it all out of their own pocket to get going. And so his partner's a very smart guy. He's got his MBA. He comes 15, 20 years of experience, and he's William's business partner. So he handles all the business side of their 501c3 and the reporting, and he's the one who actually wrote the proposal. But William Barnes is the executive director. For the Stronghold, the executive director is Sarah Miller. And so she works with Allen, the nonprofit, but she also works with Bo from OHA. And he's mentoring her on how to develop a peer support program. So when I did the tours for the Chiloquin too, he was there and present. And he's actually, he's the one who came to KCC, and he put on all the peer support training when Sarah and their group went through all those weeks of training out at KCC.
Bo Rappaport?
Yes, yeah. And so he's actually working, mentoring her from the peer support on that organizational side. But the Methodist Church in Portland is the business side, sponsoring her on the business piece.
Was there, I didn't see a sustainability plan for these, is there?
So basically, they both, and Monica might want to speak to this, but like she spoke to in the Impacts grant, they were both, we identified both of them as being community partners that we were going to contract with to do this work anyway, even without the COVID-19 response. What she meant by being it so much slower is we might have been able to do a small contract and maybe Sarah or William could be employed, but not their 5 to 7 support workers. I did tell them both that. COVID-19's only till 12:30. These renovations, everything has to be done by 12:30 for this homeless response. So bulk of the work, like for CADA, it's all going to be remodel. For the White House, it's all going to be remodel. For the Red House remodel, they're fixing up that church there in Klamath. But as far as we've got about 6 months left this year, as far as getting their organizations up and their peer support people working, I advise them both to, there's so much money in grants coming out, Monica could tell you. There's a lot of money coming out like the Impacts grant, but other money from OHA, SAMHSA, a lot of funds coming out for this type of work with mental health being the focus. And so they need to get their business partners writing grants so that they can become sustainable. And so that this gives them, the 6 months to get up and operational, and they need to start and we can help mentor too. I don't mind doing that, making sure they're anticipating their needs for 2021. But we see this as like the remodeling, those are one-time costs. Those aren't, and so if you'll see in there the salaries and wages, there's not very much. So I think through the Impacts grant, and they can only add to their services if they and what I love about both organizations is they self-started themselves. And so the initiative and the heart is there. Like, they're doing it on their own volunteer time. So you know that they're gonna keep pushing and keep excelling. You know what I mean?
And then going forward, for both agencies, peer support services are billable.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Both agencies would be up and operational and be able to bill directly for all of their peer support services. So they would generate an income coming in on a regular basis.
Yes. Vice Chair?
She wants a microphone.
Yeah, could you enter the microphone?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Do I turn it on? I don't.
Okay, I think this sounds really good. I think it's really needed. My question is, William Barnes, is he one of our employees? Or am I thinking differently?
No, you're correct. And so this, the issue of William Barnes being an employee.
Could you get the microphone to her? Yes, thank you. Or come up to that mic, I appreciate it.
Yeah, so William Barnes is currently a full-time employee on our substance abuse treatment team. He's definitely our strongest substance abuse counselor that we have. He's worked there for several years. Plans on committing to continue to provide that full-time employment for about 3 years, just knowing that this nonprofit agency is expanding. What we looked to was the moonlighting policy, because that's what we have in place when situations like this arise. It specifically speaks to the fact that employees cannot be doing work that's competitive with what they currently provide, and we don't provide wraparound peer support services under our roof. And so what they're providing, we don't provide. We provide intensive case management, which is a whole different service array. And so we wouldn't be in competition with them. We would be billing for the same kinds of services that they would be billing for. So that's the policy that we look to. Also, with the procurement of this, they're the only 2 gigs in town providing this level of service as nonprofit agencies. So we're asking to work with both. So also for the procurement policy.
Okay, that makes sense. My other question is then too, again, since he's an employee and we're going to contract with them, how do we avoid the conflict of interest?
So we would probably, like, we have employees right now that say, so I have employees right now that work in one department, and then on the side, they own their own business. And they want to be a vendor, someone that we contract with and do work with. So we posed the question of conflict of interest to our attorneys, and the attorneys said what she just described. So, like, I can't be doing accounting for you and then be running an accounting firm. And then, you know what I mean? I'll contract for you guys for this part of my work. That's where the conflict arises if it's the same type of work. But I can be doing your accounting for you at work, and then on my night job, I could develop a whole different side thing like a food truck. And you guys wanted to have at your restoration. And so the attorneys, we could check with them to make sure how we need to structure it, and then pose the question the same way. But the attorneys clarified for us, if it's their personal business that they own, you have this policy, you're moonlighting, you have to say what you're doing and have it approved. And so, and we do have that right now with some of our providers. Right now, we have providers that work for our clinic, but they moonlight because they train and teach at the hospital. But since we don't provide training and teaching for doctors at our clinic, it's not a conflict with the services they provide for us. So they have to fill it out under the moonlighting, get it approved by the director and the general manager to be able to, on their day off, do this. So William has to do his work for the RRW in the evenings and weekends when he's not at his regular job. And then we can check with the attorneys and make sure we have this separate conflict of interest for the tribe.
Good questions. Thank you. Yes, Member Lane?
Yeah, I think this is actually the missing element for anybody that's being released back into the environment. We've all seen it. Day after day, year after year, folks come back out into society, and they're so charged and they're so excited, and they're constantly telling you, I'm going to a sweat, and I'm going biking, and I'm cutting wood, and that lasts as long as they possibly can do it, and they don't have that peer support, and they're surrounded by others that they were surrounded by before they maybe were incarcerated or got in trouble or whatever it is. And this is the missing element, I honestly think, because the Tribes has talked about doing something like this in the past for as long as I can remember. And it's really, it's saddening, and makes you feel like you as a tribal member or a community member feels like we almost failed a person because we didn't set them up for success. And I think this is definitely setting them up for success. And I know folks that go to these support groups in Klamath Falls and in Chiloquin, and it's key, and they talk about it, and they're excited, and they've been doing this now for a year or 2 years in other areas. And we've seen success stories for folks, and I don't want to use names, so I'm not going to, but up in Portland that used to work at the Travel Center, and then I see their posts all the time, and they're constantly talking about what they're doing positive and the folks that are helping them. And I just think that this is honestly one of the bigger things, in my opinion, to help the folks that are being released and the folks that need that help. In my opinion, that's just my opinion, of course, to set them up for success and finally be established long-term so that they can get their jobs and they can get going, and they don't have to worry about not having that support there. So I think this is an awesome idea, so good job on this.
Yeah. Member Palace?
Well, I got a couple comments, and I really like where you're going with this and what both organizations are trying to offer. And one of the things that we've talked about since I've been back here is really being inclusive of our other departments. And so I am a firm believer, and with my own personal experience, having been through this, I know that what people lack is opportunity. And so if you're helping people, they also need like life skills outside of work. They need life skills like budgeting. They need life skills as like conflict management with their families and their spouses. And they need things like job training. That's really important, because the ultimate goal for our people should be breaking the generational curses of poverty that has been put on our people. And that's one of the problems that our people face here. And that's one of the challenges. And without those opportunities for jobs, and that people aren't going to find that. And that's one of the reasons I see personally that causes people to not be successful on no matter what they're doing. And I just really feel like I would like to see us working with our education and employment department and helping do that stuff so our people can be self-sufficient, because that should be the ultimate goals for anyone who's getting help, is to be self-sufficient. And I know we've talked about this, but it doesn't seem like we ever like fully connect all our departments. So you should be able to go to every department in the tribe and get that help. Well, you can get the mental health training you need, you can get parenting classes, you can get job training, you can get all of that, so that way you're a successful person when you're done.
Yeah.
And I just would like to see more of that with the other departments. And then the other thing I seen, I'm just looking at the RRW, their website. I'm disappointed that the Klamath Tribe is not listed as a second chance employer, and that's another big discussion that we need to have as a tribe. And I do believe that Crater Lake Junction Travel Center could be included on that list, but in the future, I would like the Klamath Tribes to become a second chance employer. And I know that's
Definitely,
not your
and
guys'
maybe-
room, but.
Well, no, it is though. It is, because we're all the community partners, so, and definitely the casino too, because we keep having this issue. So Monica had the same issue when we tried to hire peer support, okay? Because we have our own internal policy here, and so if we were a second chance employer, and we do change those rules, and I know you guys are working on that, and that's coming in the future. But I was telling him when I used to work at the casino, there was like with the state of OSP, there was where the Gaming Regulatory Commission could say, these are our tribal members, this is their background, we're willing to do a waiver and hire them. So we can do that same type of thing across our agencies and with the travel center and everything, and become the second chance. And I just wanted to tell you, they do have those services. They have the budgeting and the life skills here at RRW and the Stronghold. And he just told me last night, because I was asking him for the original proposal, which I I couldn't find, I just had this final proposal, and I told him we were just going with the first element here, not all three. And so he was gonna send me the original, so I was asking him some stuff, and I said, geez, you already been open a month? And he said, yeah, guess what? Our employment, our second chance employment's really kicking off. He said, we just placed our 10th person in a job in 1 month. And I'm like, that's crazy, you know? And so he said it's because they, Geldwin had reached out and was willing to do, you know, people with a background. And these people didn't have jobs, but didn't have transportation or anything. So they helped them all fill out applications. They started driving them over there. They provided transportation over this last month. And he said they were just kind of talking about their first month of operations. And he was excited to say that they already were placing the people in jobs.
Yeah, and that's good to hear. That's what I want to see, is like opportunities for our people, not just survival jobs. I want to see careers, like
We
get
want them
them-
to
yeah,
integrate into.
so they can be fully self-sufficient. They're not on any government
And
programs.
just like all the rest of us, they're all, you know, they've addressed their issues and they're all working, and we're all still struggling too, but we're working and, you know, with our kids, and we're doing everything. And that is totally the end goal with the housing, but also just established, just feeling like they're inclusive, just the same as all of us, you know.
Yeah. Member Acosta?
I just wanted to say that and reiterate what has already been said, that I really appreciate that this is coming forward. And, you know, particularly when the pandemic was starting to peak here in the community, and we had all experienced all of these different closures, we were concerned about our homeless population. However, we're already past that peak, and what have we done? So I really appreciate and value that it's coming to Tribal Council, and you're really keeping that at the forefront of our minds, and that you're really willing to take that chance to take steps forward to initiate a project, and not just to do it for right now, but to do it for the long haul and create that self-sufficiency, just like Willa is saying. You know, there's a lot of honor in that, and serving our tribal members that way. I love the idea that you're combining this with transitional housing. Just as Ellsworth was saying, it's really important. And I'm not anybody who is recovering from anything, so I can't say when you are, but individuals who have, I think that, you know, when we're trying to create a lifestyle change, and prevention isn't just 9 to 5. And so by partnering with outside organizations, I think you really are providing that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week support that individuals need, and creating those social connections that they really need to be able to bring them back home truly. Not just physically, but also emotionally, spiritually, so that they can feel grounded again back here, being back at home, and being surrounded by individuals who can now be considered role models because they have experienced the same background that they have, and prove to them that it can happen, that moving forward and being self-sufficient can be successful. And even if they can't reconnect with some individuals that they would like to, they can connect with others who can support them in those ideas and move forward. And I really appreciate that as well. One part that I really enjoy about partnering with outside organizations is that we can't serve individuals who are not enrolled tribal members. You know, our programs, we will be able to see some of our other tribal members and from different communities or tribes being supported as well, alongside our own, which I think is really great. So I like that idea of helping all of the populations. I love the idea of equity. I love the idea of no judgment. And I like that you're thinking longer term in building housing. I will say, though, that one of the things that I am on the housing committee and for Klamath County, and one of the things that I'm not a proponent of is building low-income housing altogether, because it kind of perpetuates that low-income population, or it never really drives people forward. There's a big study on that was presented at the Oregon Business Council a couple of years ago. But what I would be for is for the Klamath tribes to purchase homes in our middle and middle-income housing neighborhoods and house low-income individuals there, because I think that that's really what's going to change, I think, the landscape of our community and the landscape of the tribal people.
Thank you, Jesse. Member Dumont?
So I agree with folks about how wonderful this is. I want to thank and commend you for all of this hard work, and it's been a long time coming, and I think it's going to be a great thing when it comes to fruition. The only issue I have is that it's too much too fast for me. It's almost $3 million. Came in, like I said, at 4:34 a.m. this morning, and I just can't in good conscience vote for something yet until I'm really sure about all of the details. So that would mean some study time for me and an opportunity to ask questions. I'd like to meet some of the individuals. I understand Mr. Barnes is one of our employees, but I've never met him. I'd like to meet him in person, hear what he has to say. If he has a CV or a resume, I'd like to see that. I'd like to meet with the other folks from the Stronghold, and I don't know if the Methodist Church is, organizationally involved as well, but if there are other folks, I'd like to meet with them. I'd like a tour of the buildings over there to see what it is you want to do. And so there's just some more work that I need to do to be comfortable voting to spend that much money, which is in no way meant to be discouraging. It's just me wanting to be cautious. So again, I'm grateful. I think it's I love everything I've heard. I'm just not quite ready yet. I need a little bit more time.
Yes.
And I'm willing to do that quickly.
So, I was just trying to think of the next steps to get there, well, I guess we could be nice to have, it's just so difficult with this COVID thing going on to try to get in the room and see locations. I see General Manager Lopez might have some suggestions, perhaps.
Perhaps, or I just wanted to, and I know that Lana's mentioned it a little bit here, is that I believe we can do this under our sole source, being that it's the only organization, if we can document that. Just to remind council that we do need to, and she knows that, the procurement, but I mean, knowing, I've worked with Stronghold now, I was fortunate enough to be part of those meetings at the beginning, and I think maybe knowing what I don't know, I intentionally called Monica, and I said, please take this over, because I just can't figure out where to go. So, I have a lot of respect for Monica, and that's why, because she came and presented a real robust program, which is way beyond my imagination even. So I'm really looking forward to anything we can do, but I agree with the council member, but I'm hoping that doesn't take more than a week, because my concern is the timeline. I don't know if their timeline was presented, but try to get this done by December 30th sounds like a ton of work. So the, every day counts, almost every minute counts. So just encourage council to move as quickly as possible. Anything we can do with Jana, myself, Kathy, on the admin side to get through that procurement, please reach out to us, and well, let's do it all together and get this done. But time is of the essence. I mean, that's a lot of work by December 30th.
Yeah, I thought that we might come to this place, and I think we can have a special general council meeting to take a formal action, but, I'm not sure when to schedule that and the steps to get there. Yes, Member Hurkacta?
Clay has mentioned his concerns around wanting to understand the individuals that we would be partnering with, and I would trust that our experts in the field are well aware of their backgrounds and their abilities to carry out these plans and this relationship and partnership and moving forward. And then I did want to reiterate with what George had just said, which is one of my concerns, is that there are some things in here, particularly around renovations or remodels that need to take place, and wanting to create immediate housing for a homeless population, which is something, again, that Tribal Council, we were concerned about, and we said we were concerned about, but we never did anything about it. So now here we have our tribal leaders in front of us, telling us that this is what they want to take on as part of tribal health and tribal administration with our community partners. And I think that we need to be diligent in supporting them and moving forward, but also the timeline of when the funds need to be spent out, because we don't know if that really is a dead stop, December 31st. And that there are things that need to take place, such as procurement with these dollars. So that's just a statement that I want to make.
So,
Yes.
maybe council could come up with a list of questions we have for you and for both of these organizations and try to get those answers back as quickly as possible, because there are going to be more questions going through here, and it's a lot to process considering we just got it this morning. But I would like to hear a little bit more about their sustainability plans, and then also, with them both being new organizations, that's a little bit concerning on, not having usually you're partnering with agencies that have been around a lot longer, and so I'm glad they do have their fiscal agents, but that is, just something that, I want to make sure that we have a plan in place in case one of them doesn't be successful. And then also, I'm concerned a little bit in Chiloquin about the lack of law enforcement, and hopefully they won't ever have to utilize law enforcement, but, that is an ongoing issue here. So if we have this housing, and then we want to make sure that there's, they have a safety plan in place as well.
Yes, Member Dumont?
So I thought about the same issues as Councilwoman Powless, and one of the things I wondered about was whether you had thought about property more rurally, right? Some that's in our reservation boundaries that would have the potential, to have a residence on it. And we know we've looked at some like that. And again, I'm not suggesting that the plans you've made aren't good, but these are just the kind of things I'd like to ask about and hear about. And so I think I can put together some of my questions after I have a chance to read the documents more carefully, and then maybe we could plan to invite the principal folks to come in and meet with us, and at that point be prepared to have a vote. Now, I'm not going to be here Thursday and Friday next week, but could do some of it, maybe the Monday the following week. I don't know. I understand that time is of an essence, but I also know that I just can't responsibly vote for something that I've just gotten a hold of that costs $3 million. I need some time.
I just wanted to speak to the procurement issue brought up earlier, and we are planning on to use the non-competitive proposals. That's why we worked so intensely this last 4 to 6 weeks on this project to get these to a good enough state where we were comfortable contracting with them. And you can use the non-competitive proposals when the item is only available from one source, in this case is two, or there's a public exigency or emergency exists which does not permit the delay of associated with competitive solicitation. So we are going to use the non-competitive, and both agencies are very responsive. So if you guys could have your questions too, as they'll be more than happy they put these to every time we met on this and had questions, they could put them together relatively fast. They set up tours for us immediately, but I would recommend that we address it in the next week before you're out, not waiting till the following Monday, because that just cuts through a whole nother month of so if we could probably set up tours for you by Friday. We've been using our Friday planning session to do tours at 1:30 to 3. Sarah just took her a day. She said, let me call the guy that has the keys. We'll get the keys. We'll check that out. William's there at his drop-in center. Jerry has the keys to Arcata, to the CADA building. So we can tour you guys tomorrow or Friday, answer your questions by Friday. Just ask that you would schedule a special tribal council meeting to do a vote, just because time is of the essence.
It looks like Friday afternoon at 1 is currently open, if that works for tours. And we have our regular water committee meeting on Monday, but the afternoon is usually free if we need to have a special tribal council meeting, or Wednesday is pretty open also for a special tribal council meeting.
Chairman, can we take a moment and look at our books and make that, it'll be a priority, but I don't want to commit to it right now without being certain of what else we got going.
Okay. Oh, are you? Okay.
But I don't necessarily have to go on the tour, but I just want to put questions down.
Mhm.
So we'll cover the events today and get our questions together.
So, do you want to take a moment and do that now? Or just, we'll get back?
I want to eat.
Oh, you want to eat? Okay. All right, well, I guess we'll be following through, to set up a time for a tour. We'll get the questions to you, and we'll coordinate our schedules. I know Jennifer has a pretty good handle on what our schedules are. We'll work through here to set up a time that works for the tour and a special tribal council meeting. I see some dates open on my calendar. It doesn't sound like it's necessarily open for everybody. So we will follow through with that and get, before the end of the week here, certainly, we'll follow through with that right away. I think we could just, by consensus, are folks open to tabling this, a decision on this? Okay, I think that's fine if folks are in agreement by consensus. All right. Well, I do know we need lunch, so we're going to take lunch. I did see that Devery said he's available at 1 for the other matter, and I don't know if that's something that we, how long that would take, and should we bring Devery in? I know you understand that whole proposal too.
But did he send a resolution? No, I haven't seen it.
I saw by email that he took lunch.
Yeah.
We can have Jim look at our schedules, he's coordinating, because Taylor sent a thing reminding us to get this one.
Yeah, Monday, yeah, yeah. Mhm. Yeah, yeah. So I didn't know how to handle this, if we should just table this and bring, and I know I'm asking if, Monica, if you need to be here, it sounds like you're a part of this too.
You might have just put me on there as a backup.
Okay, so we could just,
Just ask and maybe direction on how we should move forward.
okay, so I think what we'll do is then I'll send Devery an email. Do we want to take an hour for lunch, or is till 1:30 enough? An hour? Okay. So I'll send Devery an email and tell him we'll be, and I'll even give him a text or a call, tell him we'll be available at 1:45. Okay, so we're going to go into recess until 1:45. Thanks, everybody, and thanks for the excellent work. It's just exciting to see this opportunity. I'm just wondering, wow, I didn't even know all this is going on. We've had such a great need, and it just seems like, wow, there's something to really consider and move forward with. That's exciting. So thanks, everybody.
COVID's got me scared. I'm just hiding in my office.
Hey, Debbie, how's it going?
You guys,
We're all hiding in the auditorium.
I'm masked up.
Yes.
So was there something that was sent to us about this matter?
Did you send us something, Devery?
I emailed you guys something in case you had any more questions about QPR, which is
Oh.
something I'm going to mention.
Yeah, I do see item 2.9, I think is it.
Okay, we're looking it up. Hold on.
Oh, well, that's just,
Just let me know when you want me to get going.
I think we're ready now.
Do we have a
Okay.
quorum?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a quorum, so we're fired back up. Thanks, Devery.
Okay, Devery, you're up.
All right. What's up, ketchup by Dogme? Life is sacred. Waclisi Council, my request is that you use your authority and the tribe's sovereignty to require that all tribal employees receive suicide prevention training annually, and new hires receive suicide prevention training at new hire orientation. Data from Klamath County Public Health has showed 229 suicides since 2008, and that's an average of 18 per year.
Wow.
There were 31 suicides in 2019, and at the time that I received this data, there were 9 year to date. Reasons reported by survivors why people attempt suicide include they're feeling hopeless, a burden to others, trapped, and disconnected. QPR is an evidence-based practice that teaches how to recognize and respond to suicidal language. It is a 1-hour training, and it is the training we'd like to provide to all employees. People tend to speak about pain, and they may not tell someone close to them if they're thinking about suicide. Staff could be taught how to recognize and respond to indirect communication and save a life. I'm looking for a favorable vote if the council is in agreement to document a requirement that all employees for Tribal Health, Administration, Casino, and Travel Center receive suicide prevention training annually and upon hire. I leave the decision of how to make this a requirement in the capable hands of the Tribal Council and stand ready to be of any assistance. The Ketcha and Nukyo Sama.
Well, I appreciate that. I think it's probably simple as a motion. I mean, we could turn it into a resolution, but I think as simple as a motion that the tribal council passes a motion to require suicide prevention training of all staff and also to be provided during orientation of new employees, something to that effect. Yes, Member Dumont?
Hey, Devery, it's Clay. So, couple of questions. One, how long would the training take? And are we going to pay people while they're there, if it's a job requirement? And who's going to pay them?
It's a 1-hour training.
It seems like that could even be provided during our, our annual, office staff, well, I forget what you call those meetings that we have. Yes, Ellsworth?
So for the casino and the hotel, it's paid by their employer. So I had staff come in for ours. We paid, made it mandatory for all staff when we did it. It was a great training, went through it myself. It took right around an hour, a little less than an hour, depending on the questions. And I thought it was definitely important and gave us some numbers to actually call. And I put them in my phone because I think it was appropriate if I ever need this information to forward on.
Yeah.
Also, Also, I think it should be in the form of a resolution, and reason being, if we do that, it can be injected into the businesses, because as this council moves on and a general manager moves on, all of a sudden it says, oh, they just did that before, and then they just stop doing it.
Yeah.
If it's by formal resolution, it's got a lot more teeth, and hopefully it'll be injected and it'll go into some training specific guidelines.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Vice Chair?
I'm in full support of the training, especially for our employees. And I also support the fact that the more individuals are exposed to the training, the better, because you start feeling a little more comfortable. So I am totally in support of it.
Treasurer, did you have something to add?
I too fully support this. I would recommend our gaming regulatory commissioners and surveillance operators also included in that, and also the youth council. I think that would be good. I've attended it twice. It's really good. I even suggested for foster parents and DHS, and Devery and his staff were able to get those trainings up and running, and they were very well received by the community. So you do a really great job, Devery.
And these guys do a pretty awesome job, and it's a big task that requires the whole community to be able to recognize these things, so that way we can prevent. Well, at least we can be prepared. You know, this is a kind of a different. Let me just say, when I went through the training myself, to be a trainer, it make you think about if you were considering suicide. And for me, that was when I really began to believe in QPR. And you know, I think in the future, if something better comes along than QPR, then we'd move into that. But you know, what they said was, if you were thinking about committing suicide or taking your own life, how would you tell anybody? And if you would, who would you tell? And how many times would you tell them? And what would you do if they didn't say anything if you told them? And, you know, that put me in a position to say, well, I wouldn't tell my family because I wouldn't want them to carry that on. I'd tell somebody who I was just barely acquainted with that never loved me. Somebody who's not close to me that wouldn't hurt them as much, you know, if I went ahead and took my own life. And, you know, this is a hard thing to do, is think along these lines. It's a tough subject, but what that told me was that the whole community needs trained in QPR, because there's going to be some people like me that's not going to tell their close family. They're just going to tell a stranger or maybe an employee or somebody in the community. And we're relying on everybody to help each other. And so, you know, I really believe in QPR, and I think everybody needs trained. There is a stigma on suicide and talking about it, as well as other behavioral health issues. We are doing research to try to figure out how to reduce the stigma. And in the meantime, unfortunately, I'm like, man, let's just make everybody do it, because this is how we save lives. And, you know, I don't know, you know, we've had 3 of them, and we've had maybe 14 people attend the last one that we offered. Nobody came to. And, you know, it just kind of leads me to believe that it's important at this point to see if we can see if the council's in agreement to use their authority and the tribe's sovereignty to require employees to attend this training.
Yeah, we certainly can. It's been recommended that we bring forth a resolution. Yes, Laurel, would you like to come to the mic and?
I have a question. Devery
Is the microphone on? Can you?
Oh, I don't know.
Here,
Okay.
Gail's got it.
My question is for Devery, if we're going to do this during orientation, is it going to be recorded? Because I'm not trained to teach that. And we do orientation several times a month at Tribal Administration. or is it going to be Zoom meetings that we have them sign up for?
Did you hear that, Debbie?
This is Monica. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'd like to comment.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So for the tribal health employee employee orientation, behavioral health takes on day 2 of 4-hour-long training that have to do with cultural awareness, mandatory reporting. We had other topics in there, and we can revise that to meet the need. We had thought about adding in QPR at one point, and tribal administration employees were attending that second portion, the behavioral health portion of the new hire orientation. I don't know if we're going to continue doing that going forward, but for tribal health employees, it's an easy solution to have the training incorporated for all new hires. And then administration employees were attending that. I'm not sure what the solution would be for GRC, the casino, or the travel center.
You know, it seems like there's training that would be should be in common with all of our entities. I'm just wondering how we can coordinate that. You know, I know we do something different here at administration, but it sounds like some of the things that you conduct there at Tribal Health would be valuable for all of our employees. You know, I don't know how we would coordinate that orientation. Any thoughts about that?
I would think it would just be a conversation between George and the Tribal Health HGM and the HR managers to coordinate how all employees attend the behavioral health portion of new hire orientation, because it does go over the 2-hour cultural awareness tribal history training. It does talk about mandatory reporting, which many of them would be mandatory reporters, and then we could add in QPR.
Yeah.
Tribal administration was doing that with tribal health. Huh? Okay. Tribal administration was doing that, sending our people down to tribal health, but a few, they kept canceling on us, or when they didn't have anybody of their own. So then it would get pushed out several months, and then they would just drop off. And then where their current location, there was no parking and no place for, if we sent multiple people down, because we hire a lot more often than Health does. Health does 1 orientation a month. And we were trying to get in on their presentations, but we couldn't always get our people in. And then I did sign up for the last Zoom one, but I wasn't able to get connected on it. So we could do the Zoom part if they would do that with us when they do their regular ones. If they would Zoom their orientations, we could have our people sign up for a Zoom when they do hold them, rather than send them to Klamath Falls. So that's a potential. Because we had coordinated in the past, and we're willing to do it again. It just dropped off, and with COVID, we haven't started back up. But we were on their schedule. But if they didn't have anybody for orientation, it was just canceled.
I see. Well, I think that would be a good thing to do, folks connect and figure out how to coordinate that. That would be helpful. I don't think we need to take a formal action, but I guess take notes and follow through with that to coordinate the orientation. Then we'd have to figure out how to include the GRC and our other tribal entities. But I guess start with both health and administration, and see if we can coordinate that, and we'll have some communication with the other general managers and figure out how we can include them in orientation too. They're a little bit different than us, with their employees paid by the hour and different schedules, so there's other things to consider. But, okay. Well, to follow through with the resolution, we do have a template, Devery. I guess you can coordinate well, secretary's not here, and we'll be out, but we can make sure you get that template, and you could coordinate directly with me, I guess, and we'll see if we can pull that together, a resolution to bring forth at the next regular meeting, or we're contemplating a special meeting coming up right away, that if we're ready, we could potentially do that too. Is that something that would work for you, Devery?
Yeah, I'll look forward to that. And just, for GRC or for any program or department that wants a QPR, we're flexible. We can do that anytime. We cannot record the QPR trainings. So we'll plan on being available whenever necessary. Just give us a little bit of time. We can schedule them out over a whole year. We're planning on doing it at least every other week. We're going to have one available, and I'm going to continue to send invitations. Right now, we're only looking at QPRs for tribal employees, and we'll continue to send them out to George, Joseph Allen. We're sending them out to Tribal Health. Send them to Ellsworth at the hotel, and the Crater Lake Travel Center general manager email as well. And so we'll just keep doing that. I don't have anybody from GRC, but we'll just keep sending that out and trying to just get the community ready to be able to save lives if they ever come into contact with somebody that was considering taking their own life, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So Debbie, this is Brandy. I will send you the resolution template, and I will send you the GRC emails.
Okay, all right then. We'll. I appreciate it. Thank you guys, and we'll talk to you again.
Great, thanks, Terry. Did you have a question? Okay.
Chief.
Yeah. We'd want to take it. I'd like to take it too, so we'll be looking forward to whenever it's scheduled.
It's a good training.
Yeah. Okay, now I know we kind of bumped everybody down the road. I see we got Ariel here. So, thanks for accommodating our crazy schedule sometimes, Ariel. So we're addressing the Community Service FDPIR CARES Act funding.
Do I pass it this way? That one or the
Is it
Thanks for
on?
joining us
Yeah,
today.
it's on?
Yeah, you're on.
I'm a little short. So today I'm presenting the request for additional funding. This is for the commodities program, and this is for CARES dollars. The total request was for $32,300, and the allowable uses of these CARES dollars for the commodities program is for facility improvements and equipment upgrades. And the three items that were identified to request funding for was an electric pallet jack, a forklift, and repair to the kitchen sink at the commodities warehouse. And there is a match with all USDA FDPR funding, and included with the application documents is a formal letter requesting a match waiver on that request, and the two reasons: one, there's not a pot of unrestricted dollars for use by the commodities program to support that 20% match, and two, the Klamath Tribe's 2020 self-governance funds allocated to the Community Services Department are already earmarked to provide for the 20% match for the upcoming fiscal year for that commodities program. So there's not like a additional pot of unrestricted dollars that we could use to support the 20% match for these CARES dollars. So that's what the waiver request letter is for. And are there any questions?
Yeah, any questions? I haven't found the document yet. I don't know where, if I'm looking at it.
Number 5 on
It's
your.
number 5?
Number 5 on your drive.
Oh, okay, I see.
So I just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. So this is, these are CARES dollars, but they're CARES dollars from a food distribution program on Indian reservations,
Yes.
correct? So they're not out of the 32 million?
No.
Okay, and then, so the 20%, say we don't get the waiver, what is that? That's $6,400?
Yeah.
So do we have a backup plan, or?
So usually we are always granted a match waiver when it's for anything other than our regular fiscal year award. And actually, there was a question that was sent to me this morning by our grant contact. Her name is Katie Clifford, and she's just basically asking for additional documentation to prove that that my department does not have access to unrestricted dollars. The department did receive K-TRAP dollars, but I intended to use that to operate the Elders Energy Assistance Program. And so if they really wanted to push it, we could use that, but then it's going to take away from the Elders Energy Assistance Program if we use a portion of that K-TRAP to fund the 20% match. So I'm just hoping that they're going to approve the 20% match, and then I'll get the documentation that they need. I'm working with Leon to do that.
So it sounds like you're pretty confident they're going to grant the waiver.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, if folks are comfortable, I'd entertain a motion to approve approval of the Community Service FDPIR CARES Act funding request and provide the waiver letter. I guess that would work. Okay, yeah. Member Dumont, Member Lang, second. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by raising a hand. Okay, those opposed, the same. 0 opposed, abstentions. I think, Jesse, you're abstaining? Yeah, okay. So the motion carries.
Okay.
Thank you, Ariel.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for waiting.
And you did note that Jesse came in. Okay. All right. Let's see. Next up, we have the Coyote Bucket fencing, and I don't know if Mark is on
Is
line
anybody
here.
on the line?
Yeah, this is Mark.
Hey, thanks for hanging out with us, Mark. I'm not sure. Yeah, is there a way to turn the volume up just a hair? That might be helpful.
It's all the way up.
Can you hear us okay, Mark?
Yes.
Okay, great. I think we can hear you too. So, yeah, feel free to lead us through. I think we've got the documents here in front of us.
Okay, the Aquatic Resource Department is requesting tribal council approval for a proposal to receive $50,000 in grant money from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for habitat restoration project on the Coyote Bucket property. This is a 600-acre property owned by the Klamath Lake Land Trust. They purchased it about a year ago. They have very, similar goals and objectives for land management to the tribe. They're primarily a conservation organization focused on natural resource protection and restoration. So we've been working with them. We have a approved landowner agreement on that property, and the specifics of the project include they would like to fence approximately 2 miles of the Saikan River, putting a cattle exclusion fence up so that there's no trespass from adjoining land, and allow that riparian area to heal. So we previously got some money from the PCSRF grant program to do some of the fencing, but Fish and Wildlife Service has offered to provide us with the additional funds that are necessary to complete the project. As a follow-up, we worked with the adjacent landowner, which is JWTR, who had previously owned the property and had a leasee that grazed that land and needed access to the Saikan River for cattle watering. Last year, they drilled a well quite a ways away from the river, and so we're working with them to develop an off-stream watering facility so that the cattle do not need to have access to the Sycan River adjacent to this Klamath Lake Land Trust property. So that's a little bit of the background on the project, and take any questions.
Yeah, any questions? Yeah, Member Palace?
Hi, Mark, this is Willa. I don't have a question directly related to this proposal, but I do have a question about Klamath Lake Land Trust. I know when they first acquired Coyote Bucket, their executive director had mentioned the possibility of giving access to tribal members. Do you know if that was ever discussed?
Yeah, the land trust is receptive and interested in providing, tribal access to the property, but there hasn't been, any kind of formal written agreement, but they are certainly, willing to work with the tribe to develop, the terms and conditions that will allow tribal access.
Yes. Member Dumont?
Hey, Mark, it's Clay. I don't have a question either specifically about this project. I wanted to ask about previous projects. We've done several of these now, and so I hear, how the rumor mill is around here, but I hear that we may not always be following through on the work, and that we may have landowners or a landowner who's upset because we haven't finished what we contracted to do. Is there any truth to that?
Of course, this year, with the admin office being closed and people working remotely, we are a bit behind in processing some of our projects and trying to get contractors out. So we are behind on some of our commitments to do projects on private land.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I'm pretty sure that Klamath Lake Land Trust isn't running cattle, and it's just a strange thing. If you're to prevent trespass cattle from coming onto your property, you have to fence it. So I'm assuming that's what this is a project to keep trespass animals out, and is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any other comments or questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve submission of the Coyote Bucket Fencing Project Grant. Okay. Member Dumont, is there a second? Okay, second Member Palace. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. Looks like 6. Okay, those opposed? 0 opposed. Abstentions? 1. Motion carries. And are you going to address the next one, or is it Stan? The aquatic sucker rearing program?
Yeah, this is Stan.
Oh, great, Stan.
I'll address the next one.
Okay, great, thanks. We're ready for you, Stan. I think we've got the documents before us here.
Okay. We're seeking approval from the Tribal Council to proceed with modifying our sucker rearing grant award from Fish and Wildlife Service. We currently have an award for $500,000 that originated from Senator Merkley's appropriations in 2019. In the 2020 appropriations, Senator Merkley made available an additional $1 million to expand and extend the sucker rearing program. The Fish and Wildlife Service now has made that money available to us pending modification of this current award. So we're asking for approval to modify begin the process of modifying the agreement to add $1 million to the sucker rearing program.
Okay. I think that sounds fairly simple enough. Is there any questions about this, folks? Yeah, Member Dumont?
Hi, Stan. Clay. So I was curious in your narrative about some of the tasks that you've laid out. Number 10 and number 13, the biosecurity measures, I wondered about those. And then you indicate that you want to install an additional well. So are we going to need a permit for that? And what's that about?
Yeah, I didn't catch the first part of your comment, Clay, or first part of your question. Second part, dealing with wells, yes, we would need to get a permit for an additional well. That has to do with the new property which the tribe is acquiring next door to the research station. Our expansion plan would call for putting new ponds, 10 new ponds on that property, and that would require a separate additional well.
So then I was asking about the biosecurity, what that was.
Okay, biosecurity, basically you want to keep from infecting anything in your hatchery work. One of the new items that we would be introducing under this enhanced program is spawning of short-nosed suckers, fertilizing the eggs, and then hatching the eggs in our hatchery. That would require certain biosecurity measures that basically you're trying to keep all disease organisms out of the hatchery. So it's simple things like putting in foot mats with chemicals in them so that your shoes or boots don't carry any germs into the hatchery. So that's basically what biosecurity is.
Okay, and then the last question on the schedule. I see that you're talking about these 10 ponds, and at one point it's removing the old mill building and putting a pond there, but then there's also talk about site debris and large ponds. So I guess what I'm asking is, where exactly are the 10 going to go? Are we going to take all of those aspen trees out, or a lot of those aspen trees out, or is it going to be where the mill buildings are, or where are those ponds going to go?
No, primarily the ponds would go across the street, next to the highway, above the floodplain. You've got a strip that's approximately 200 feet wide, adjacent to the highway, or just below the highway, that where the additional ponds would go. There may be some room for experimental ponds up above, close to the white building, but we're not. That's not the major part of our plan.
So the building that you're going to remove, is that the one down by the river?
We would like to get rid of that, one of the old Bray Mill shacks down there, skeletons. But that is not, that's not a vital part of the plan. We do have a lot of scrap down there that needs to be cleaned up. And we've got to approach that carefully because we've got to be concerned about hazardous materials down there too.
Yeah, I was just curious about the 2021 schedule. That's not that far. You're talking about removing an old building and putting a pond there. So I just wondered which building it was.
Yeah, that's the one, that's the largest of the skeletal buildings down there. Like I say, we have to be very careful because there is a cement-covered mound of asbestos that was left over from the, 94 flood? And that was taken care of in conjunction with DEQ. We've got to be careful not to disturb that.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions, comments? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve, I don't know if you call it the modification, but expansion of the sucker rearing program proposal. Okay, Member Lang, motion, second? I missed it. Oh, Clay got it? Okay, second by Member Dumont. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. Count 6. Okay, those opposed? 0 opposed. Abstentions? With 1 abstention, motion carries. Thank you, Stan.
Okay, and Chairman, there are a couple of SF 424 forms in that packet that need to be signed so that we can send them to Fish and Wildlife Service.
And you have those now, Brandy?
I don't.
Okay. Is it actually in the information that you sent that we need to print off and sign, or do you have a prepared document for signature?
No, we have the prepared documents for you.
Okay.
They should have been in the package.
Jennifer.
If not, we'll get them to you right away.
Oh, Jana. We'll get them from Jana and get them to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks. Appreciate it, folks. Thanks for accommodating our schedule. All right. I think that takes care of everything in section 2, correct? Okay. Well, next up is the General Council meeting planning, and I know we were provided some documents. Folks, I think, have had an opportunity to take a look at it. It looks like they're recommending consideration of two different venues, either the Ross Ragland or a building over at the Klamath County Fairgrounds. And it looks like either would accommodate, but it's broken out in the information. I printed it off from the email, so is it in here also?
Should be on here.
Oh, yeah, General Council meeting guidance. And there's the information about the Ross Ragland Theater 2 and the exhibit hall. I think those are maps and information. So it looks like basically the recommendations come from our incident management team folks and coordinated to make sure that we're going to be able to hold the meeting safely. It looks like we can at either one of these two venues. I don't know the full pros and cons about this. I do know that there was concern about the Ross Ragland, and you'd have to monitor and make sure that only 2 people go to the restroom at the same time, but it looks like they covered all those substantive issues. Do we need to take a little bit of time and take a look at this, or so folks have some thoughts now? Yes.
Chairman, I was just wondering if Zach or Nicole or Tim or any of them are on the line.
I didn't hear, but we could, Zach is the one that pull this together for us. I think we could probably get a hold of him pretty quickly.
That would be helpful, I think.
Yeah, is there a way, Jennifer, to get, okay. So while he's coming in, we can kind of scan over the documents if you haven't had a chance to look at them. And yes, and it looked like the dates were the 22nd and 29th for either facility. Yes.
Well, I'm just kind of concerned about if we have a draft agenda and how long it looks like the meeting's going to be, because of the, and when Zach joins, I'll say this, but providing no food for the event, because a lot of times elders attend general council meetings, and a lot of times they need food because they take their medication, like during lunch hour or whatever. So that was my biggest concern, was even if we had like a snack or even food to go. And I know they would have to be individually prepared, so that would, require some time and thought to do that. But even if we could send people out the door with something, that would be my thinking, but I'm not the expert here, so we'll ask Zach. But I just know from all our other meetings, there's usually elders waiting to take medication, and they like to take it with food, or they have to take it with food.
Yeah, or they have health issues, diabetes or whatever. We'll go to Clay first and then Ellsworth.
Well, I was just going to say, that's exactly what my concern is too, and I wondered if we could have a short meeting. I want to ask Zach, would it even be possible maybe to have muffins and coffee before they go in outside? I know he's worried about them gathering together, but I'm just really concerned that if we can't give them any food, he wants to give them a card, but they can't eat a card while they're there. So it's concerning.
So I was also thinking about that, and my suggestion would be some type of grab and go, something that could be in a bag and or a cup with that sealed lids. And with that said, the exhibit hall at the fairgrounds would be more friendly for food and drink, because Ross Ragland, the food and stuff is prohibited inside. So would I much rather have it at Ross Ragland? Yes, but there are some restrictions there. And sometimes in the past, respect for the facilities hasn't been as high as we would like. So I think the fairgrounds may be a better fit, but I could be wrong, and that's just up for discussion. But a grab and go type thing in a bag where there would be minimal exposure and touch, and then go.
Yeah, that makes sense. Zach, Jennifer, Jennifer went to go bring him in.
They'll be here in a few minutes.
Yeah, I think there's already the thinking that might be the most feasible. I had questions when I looked at the floor plan in the Ross Ragland. I couldn't figure out how they were going to seat folks, so I looked at the map, but, so. Okay.
Are we thinking we're holding this in August?
Yeah, the 22nd through
Yeah.
29th are two potential dates.
Well, I know that it might be a little complicated for the Ross Ragland, but I'm concerned about the heat at the fairgrounds. And when
Yeah.
we're thinking about our elder population, and then also with not that we have to abide by the standards that have been set by the governor for mask requirements, individuals now 5 and up should be wearing masks when they're in indoor spaces, particularly when they can't or don't want to follow physical distancing.
Yeah.
So when we're hot up here, and I'm hot just walking from my car into here in the heat, I just can't imagine that we would expect individuals to be wearing their masks the whole time. I know that. And then how do you control that? And, so.
Don, with that said, also, as everyone has noted, as at the Ross Ragland, that's a lot of stairs for elders to get up and down both directions. There's no actual place on the floor that doesn't have a lot of rise. And if the fairgrounds has a controlled environment as far as HVAC goes, that would be a better fit as well, as long as it's got some AC in there.
See, I'm not sure about the AC. I know often they have the doors open when they have events during the summer, so I don't know if they don't use the AC there or when the doors are open, or if it's even available. Does anyone know? Zach, do you happen to know?
I'm not sure as far as their HVAC system.
Mhm.
I'm not familiar with their, I didn't ask.
Okay. Well, Zach, thank you for pulling this together. This is really helpful for us and all the work and all the others that were involved too on the incident management team. Really appreciate you looking into us and bringing forth these two options for consideration. We were just batting around what would be most feasible, bringing up some of the issues. Some of the concern is about food, providing some kind of food for our members prior to the meeting and perhaps even during, if it ends up being a longer meeting. And so that's something we were considering that we need to provide, for our members. Yes.
Thank you, Zach, for coming in. I was just kind of concerned because I know we have several important items that are possibly going to be on this agenda. So I think once we set that agenda, it might be easier to kind of figure out what that's going to look like. But I do know a lot of times at our meetings when we have elders, they need food to take their medication with. And I know food, from what I understand with other food service providers, things would have to be wrapped individually in a grab and go, as Ellsworth calls it. But we were kind of just talking about that before you came in and what the possibility. And this is the thinking that this is going to be a long meeting because some of these discussions, are kind of going to be lengthy, I think.
Yeah, I think the main concern that we had with the food is just people congregating and mingling. And, with the food involved, they're going to take their mask off and to have to eat and then, chit-chatting and eating and talking. I think that was the biggest concern, and I think there's not a real bulletproof approach on how to control that. So that's why we were kind of suggesting maybe providing like a food gift card or something. That way, they could eat wherever the food card would be for, or on their own time, or off-site, so they're not congregating during the meeting.
So you're thinking a potential card that if we took a lunch break, they would go somewhere, then come back. I do know, often when we have lunch breaks like that, even in a building here, we lose a quorum sometimes. So that's a consideration too. But,
yeah, I just know with the food option, it's a pretty difficult kind of area to try to plan for and try to do it safely, and it's almost safer to not have food. Because then also providing food, that's kind of encouraging more of a social gathering, providing food. And I understand why, I understand the elders and, it being a long meeting, people got to eat. But yeah, it's just kind of a difficult area to try to plan around for it to be completely safe.
yes, Member Dumont?
So it seems like it should be a small thing, but it's not. So I'm just wondering if maybe the solution is just a short meeting where we put the very top priority things on the agenda. Because I don't know how to get around it, and I don't want anybody to get sick.
Yeah, and I was wondering too, as far as the fairgrounds, if something could potentially be set up outside the building, that would have spaced out tables and chairs that would allow folks to, but I know that even then, people probably pull their chairs next to each other and start talking. So I was just trying to figure out what some other solutions, but I understand, there are things that we really need, important action items to get to our members. And, we could put the agenda together in a manner to where those items are up front. And if we did take a break for lunch and did lose a quorum, it wouldn't be as critical perhaps, if we did lose a quorum. Just a thought there. That way folks could go to a place and,
So what if we did give them a food card? There's only so many places where they're going to go, and they're going to go together.
yeah.
I don't know.
I was thinking even if we did food, we could do food to go. So like when people are leaving, they could get their little bag to go or something. So at least we provided something, but I don't know. It's, a difficult decision.
Yeah, and that was kind of one of the first kind of suggestions, like a grab and go kind of lunch bag that's already all pre-packaged and everything's put together, and they grab it as they leave for the event, or from the event. Now, if they're leaving for lunch, depending on where, really the most area of concern that we had was, what are they going to do once they grab the food? Are they going to try to stay around the area? Are they going to leave to their vehicles? Are they going to go, somewhat like, just trying not to set it up to provide the opportunity for people to congregate and mingle with one of another, especially while they're eating with their masks off, is what we want to stay away from.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. The heat is going to play a huge factor, and they're going to congregate to somewhere where there's air conditioning, which could be inside the building, or they're going to go in the shade and congregate there. And most people, if they're going to grab it, the safety of trying to eat and drive and drink and juggle all that. I like the idea that Clay had, keeping it as short as agenda, and really it's tough to keep people on track as far as following that agenda. Moving the highest priorities obviously to the top that need to be voted on, and hopefully holding some of the comments to a shorter period, but there's going to be a lot of questions in regards to COVID, and I'd hate to cram a bunch of COVID material out to members before that, but I think if the members really understand that we're trying to be safe as much as possible. A lot of tribal members really understand the importance of the distancing, and they're worried about exposure. So maybe they'll take that into consideration. But if they do not, I think the chairman is really going to have to be very, very diligent on this, and we're going to have to almost, we're going to have to keep our finger on the pulse to make sure that we don't allow things to go the wrong direction, because the very last thing that we obviously need to do is, or can do, is have some type of exposure for an outbreak. And if it's going to be grab and go, obviously you can't put it out on our table because folks are going to go through and see what's in it. Nope, don't want that one. They've already touched it and they're going to move on to the other. Somebody's going to need to, I don't know who it is. If I say we put the liability on a vendor, whether it's our own or outside, policing, and they hand it out, and maybe tribal members might do a little bit better with other folks than our own and treating them with respect. That's just my take on it.
Yes, Member Dubon?
So let's say we had a 4-hour meeting, which may be too long. But if we're able to pull it off and it works, there's no reason why we couldn't do it a second time a couple of weeks later.
Well, that's true, too, if there are other agenda items that we weren't able to get to. Yeah, you're correct. I think there's some motions and actions we didn't get to, and other things, too. They're pretty depends on how folks want to go through that, but there's other very significant time-sensitive issues we need to get to.
Chairman?
Yes.
I know breaking news was Governor Brown is closing down bars and restaurants now earlier. So we need to, if other closures are coming down the pike, then we need to be ready to act in a manner of letting our general public know that even though we don't have to follow what the state is doing, but for the safety of our own members, we need to make those decisions the best that we can for our tribal government.
Yeah. I guess when we put an agenda out, we could, just have some statements of what how we want to conduct it safely, and what guidelines that we're going to be operating under and so forth. Those things would be helpful just to remind people once again.
Yeah, and I think Clay's recommendation on, having a couple meetings is a really good idea.
Yeah, that is good. So maybe we can put a couple of the very time-sensitive matters on the agenda, then plan a secondary meeting to follow through with the other items. Yes.
So are we going to have a prearranged list of what staff will be required to be there, since normally we don't really average around 100. I think we usually average, around 50 to 70 tribal members, but I'm wondering, I don't want to take space from tribal members from staff if we don't have to. So are we going to have a list like pre-made before then on who's going to actually be there? And then if we go over 100, what's that going to look like? Like, what is our plan for that? Are we going to have individuals leave, or what will we do?
Yeah, I think we're just going to have to set the cap at 100 and leave it at 100. And, especially now, I believe with the new governor's orders, I think that it was at 100 as well. So 100 was initially kind of max I was shooting for, just to give a little more leeway, considering on average it's, don't ever get up to that amount of people, but, just in case. So I just decided to leave it 100, and yeah, we just leave it at a max at 100, and those facilities can safely accommodate more than 100, but to stay on the safe side, I think leaving it at 100 for additional spacing and just a little more wiggle room as far as, some the people attending and stuff, I think is probably the best.
Yeah, Clay?
So are both venues fully air-conditioned?
I know Ross Raglan is, but as far as that exhibit hall, I'm not 100% sure.
I haven't been in there for years, but it wasn't the last time I was in there.
Yeah, I can't remember either. I'd have to follow up with them to see.
Do you have a feel for which staff would be better? I mean, one of the things we're going to need, right, is to be able to count on you and other folks of ours to make sure that the staff at whichever venue know what they're supposed to be doing. And so
Yeah, and I was kind of, I wanted to see some thought and direction on you guys on what kind of, who you guys want that staff to be. Whether that be some of us or just staff that you guys designate and assign to fill some of those roles. I was kind of just going to leave that up to you guys on what you guys would want.
Well, I guess as I was reading the document, which I really appreciate how much thought and work you all put into this, I had the sense that the venues themselves had staffs that you had some confidence in. Was I wrong?
Oh, no, they do have some staff, but as far as the staff that we kind of outlined in there, as far as the monitors and stuff to focus on enforcing a lot of the physical distancing and mask wearing and stuff, that'd be staff that we would want there. Because I don't think their staff would have that responsibility. They're more there for just set up, tear down, and some of the kind of household logistics.
Member Garca?
It sounds like we're leaning more towards the fairground, and I don't know how public it's been made, but I know that a board member of theirs announced that they were going to be closing the facility and furloughing some employees. So if we do decide to go in this direction, I don't know that they might have the manpower specifically, so we might have to rely on our own staff to assist, whether it be maintenance and security, because the fairgrounds themselves might not have the capacity to be able to do that.
Yeah, and that was announced after already got all the information, so I was just kind of waiting on feedback, or would need an additional follow-up with them to see, how that would look as far as their staffing for this event.
So for those encouraging folks to follow the safe practices, is that members of the incident management team and security, or what was envisioned there? Any thoughts?
As far as the people enforcing all that stuff?
Yeah.
It could be. I was basically just, whoever you guys decide that you'd want to facilitate those roles, and it would be up to whoever's assigned to those roles and positions. That'd be their responsibility to enforce the different measures that we outlined on there.
I see. Yes.
So Chairman, what I would like is to put Zach and the team in charge of it.
Yeah.
And have them tell us, right, what you need to make sure that there's adequate staff there so that it's run safely, and that everybody knows what they're supposed to do. And we'll help as much as we can from the front, but we'll have our hands full, right, just with the agenda and the questions and things. My concern about the fairgrounds remains the air conditioning, so that would be something we'd have to check on. Were there some concerns about Ross Ragland and spacing, or you're?
No, actually. Oh, I'm sorry.
I think some of the concerns that we had with Ross Ragland is basically, with elders coming in, because Ross Ragland has a lot of stairs and stuff. It's for accessibility reasons, the fairgrounds seemed like the better option. But the HVAC system, that being unknown, I think plays a heavy role on the deciding factor as well, because we don't want to cram a bunch of people in there and there be no AC. But then there's also, you know, if there is no AC, there's other options as far as portable swamp coolers and different stuff like that that we might be able to get for that event if they didn't have a HVAC in that building.
I mean, when I looked at the Ross Ragland Theater, I mean, I could see that over on odd numbered seats in the diagram, you know, it looks like they're spaced, but then I saw the other ones clumped together, so I was a little bit confused as to how to look at this. Is this for where they're like in the center section there, the seats, is that where individual family members and their caregivers would be, or is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, are you referencing the Ross Ragland?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so the seating chart on there isn't really to scale. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. To scale. But yeah, I just left, you know, every other 3 seats and then left 3 seats that would be kind of symbolizing a household. So if there was a household of 4, it'd be 4 seats, and then the next 3 seats would be blocked off. Or a household of 2, then the next 3 seats. Just as long as there's 3 seats between each of them, because that would fit the 6-foot spacing between individuals and households. And then for each row, you know, you have 2 feet in front of you, 2 feet for the chair, then the 2 feet from the person's, the row behind you. So each row would be roughly 6 feet spacing as well. So that's why it's every other row is blocked out, and then every 3 seats between individuals or households that would be seated. So that would accommodate for the 35 square footage between each person.
Okay. That helps me. Yes.
So I see 2 mics down at the front. Are those going to be portable? Do we know? Because we're going to have a hard time getting elders out of those seats.
Yeah.
And down to
So
mics.
the mic that's going to be going to have to meet with their technical director or their IT director to figure out all the different audio video options and how that's going to look. I believe they're cordless mics. So I would think we'd be able to put them wherever needed. If we had to put, you know, one down lower for elders or something like that, I'm sure that's something that's doable as well, as just as long as we have somebody there to, you know, monitor and sanitize the mics between each use or before each use.
So, Chairman, I don't know what other members of council think, but it sounds like Zach is pretty familiar with the concerns we have, the air conditioning, the ability to get the mics to where folks are sitting, right? Maybe we pick a date and then ask for a recommendation on which of these, after you make the phone calls about the air conditioning and the microphones and the tech. I know one of the presentations that we need to have, he would prefer to be able to do a slide show, but if we can't do that, I'm sure we could do paper slides, much like Monica did this morning, but I don't know how other folks feel about that.
Yeah, if you could, I guess, give me a list of, or kind of a rough draft of the agenda and what each presenter would need, I could, you know, ask those questions as well when I follow up.
Yeah. Just knowing a few of the folks at the Ross Ragland and knowing the equipment they have and that they have projected things on the screen, I bet they would have everything we would need for projecting PowerPoints and have wireless mics and so forth. Not sure what all the fairgrounds would have, but there's other ways to get that equipment if it's decided to do it at the fairgrounds. So I guess, yeah, that would be helpful to find out if there's air conditioning, and I guess you could get back to us email. So I think, is there anything that we missed that we need to consider further? Okay, well, Zach, I really appreciate this help. It's really helpful for us. If we're looking at the dates, there's the 22nd and the 29th. There are 2 dates that were identified. I don't know the pros and cons of each. I think the 29th is closer to our Restoration Celebration weekend, correct? Is it that weekend?
Isn't the virtual one going to be earlier? I want to say, when is the
something came out in the paper today and I didn't read it.
August 15th was is an original date for our general council meeting in August.
August 21st to 23rd.
Yeah, either, I think if we did shoot for the 29th, it'd give us a little more opportunity to be prepared, and I think that would still work for Eric, correct? So if nobody's adverse to that, I'd recommend the 29th. Okay. Let's see, I'd entertain a motion to approve the 29th for our regular August general council meeting. Somebody'd like to make that motion? Okay, Member Palace and second by Member Lang. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. Okay, looks like if you voted, Brandy, that'd be 6. Okay. Those opposed, the same. 0 opposed. Abstentions, with 1 abstention, motion carries. So, yeah. Go ahead.
Since we're here, Zach, I was going to ask you a question, if you don't mind. I just, because now kids are required to wear masks out and about in the community, do we provide masks for kids, or are they just adjustable for?
The ones I've been getting out are kind of a one-size-fits-all. But I do know that some of the masks that we've been getting through, that Jan has been receiving, they do have different youth sizes and smalls and stuff. Huh? Yeah, through the contract. Yeah.
Great. Anything else? Yeah.
So, first I want to just thank you again, Zach and Nakoa and Tim and whoever else worked on this. This is really thoughtfully done and much appreciated. The things that we needed to have answers to, of course, one more time, was the air conditioning, the microphones, the PowerPoint presentation, and then the staff, the availability of the staff at the venue and how that would work with our own folks.
And of course, the food options, if there's something that you.
I don't think we're going to eat. I think we're going to do cards.
Yeah.
Give people cards on the way out.
Okay, that's, instead of grab and go food on the way out, it's a card?
Yeah, we felt
Okay.
like the cards would be
Okay.
a better option. And then that way we're still, in a way
Okay.
providing them food options.
Yeah, okay, that's great. That makes it a lot easier. And then we're talking about a soon-to-follow second meeting to address other items. Great. And I do know that, based on the issues that I expect on the agenda, there will be some additional support staff. I'm thinking Jared would possibly be there to answer questions about some of the land issues, perhaps. And some thinking there, we want to think about who else from staff we'd want to make sure is
Yeah, I think
invited.
we can do that now that we have a date.
Yeah.
Do we want to have are we going to go from 10 to 2 or 9 to 1? Or do we want to talk about that now, or do we not need to? I mean, he may need to know that when it
Could be
comes to
helpful.
asking the venues.
Well, I know with Ross Ragland, their options were for afternoon or evening. Due to them having moving showings the night before, they got to allow for a time period to go through and clean and sanitize the building
That's right.
Saturday morning.
Mhm. So I forgot about that. Is that a consideration that in terms of one venue over the other that we want to consider? Yeah. It's different than what we normally do, having a later meeting, but we have done that. We've had a meeting in the middle of the week before. Really, Thompson. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the dates I was trying to get, I was just going off of the weekends in August. I
Yeah.
didn't look into any
Mhm.
weekdays, so.
Yeah.
Zach, I'm sorry if I missed this. Do we have the specific times that are available for each of them?
For the exhibit hall, it was kind of open as far as times on those presented days, but for Ross Ragland, it was in the afternoon or evenings.
Do we know how late in the afternoon? I mean, are we talking 1 to 5, or are we talking?
I'm guessing from 12 to whenever.
Okay.
They just needed time in the mornings to go through and sanitize the building after it got used the night prior.
Okay, we'll keep that in our mind when we find out about the air conditioning and options and so forth. That'll help us to figure out what would be the best option for us. Yeah, thanks for reminding us that. Yes.
I just have a comment with your Ross Graven question about your microphones.
Uh-huh.
We did the restoration of the spirits and all of our bingo and our holiday parties there, and they have mics that are like this. We took them up in the hall. They're all air conditioned. It's awesome. They have their own kitchen that we utilized also. Without their help or we took all of our stuff in there, did that, handed them out to, like you said, we took for one person specific to let them know, so it wasn't stand there and open or grab all whatever. But the microphones were perfect. The IT sets it up, that little counter's in the front that you see down at the bottom. They can do your spots where you want those behind the curtains. They have the spots where the microphones are too, but all of them are able to be taken clear up to the very ceiling of everywhere that you want to go in there as well.
Yeah.
And it's the perfect place actually to segregate everybody away from each other. And it's easy because they have the access, the lower access and the sides for the elders that can't utilize that, or for the handicapped as well.
Yeah. I remember there's some side places. I'm just not sure how many that would.
Yeah, they had the wheelchair accessible, and they had ways to, they have some of the chairs are widened for that, for the access also. Yeah, just want to throw that out there.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, thank you, Zach. Look forward to hearing back from you. All right,
Yep,
so
no problem.
we've got a date set, and then we'll be coming out with the agenda. We'll getting that out 2 weeks. We have required to do that 2 weeks in advance.
So we will need to make a decision on the time sometime in the next week or 10 days, just so I can
Yeah.
let
I'll
Eric know.
Eric know, yeah.
Yeah, and if I could find any, I'll inquire about different days too and different times that they might have available as well. So just
Okay.
throw some
Well-
more options out there.
Well, I think we're set on the 29th. I need to
Yeah.
tell him
Oh,
that
time.
this
Okay.
tomorrow.
Just the
the
time.
time, yeah.
Yeah, great, thanks. All right, I know we have this resolution for broadband application, and I don't know if Troy is available right now, but what this is about is we have, I think we even have the resolution in here, I'm certain. Oh, okay. And, you know, tribes have been afforded an opportunity to provide for broadband licensing, and the deadline was extended, and we're getting ready to move forward. Troy has been assisting on this issue. There was some earlier discussion about this, but I think Troy worked with a different entity to help put this together and get our application together. But this is a license for, through Spectrum, for a 20.5 gigahertz Spectrum broadband service license for us to develop or lease or whatever. Once we have it secured, there's a lot of options. And I can't remember if there's any kind of fees associated for applying for this, but I do know if we weren't able to use the license, it's not going to cost us anything. But there is I think we will have a timeline to actually do something with the license, if I recall. But anyway, we have the resolution before us, and this could be developed in different ways depending on the options. Troy, I just kind of summarized it a little bit. I don't know, you probably didn't hear what I said. I just thank you for your assistance in helping to move this forward. To submit the application, you were told once we didn't necessarily need a resolution, but then you were just told not too long ago that we actually do need a resolution, correct? And if you don't mind coming up to the microphone or using the wireless, I'd appreciate that. And thanks for all your assistance with this to get us to this point, so.
Yeah, we were initially informed we really didn't need to have a resolution or anything with it, but I was in a meeting with First Nations and AmeriMed this week, and they said we really should have one with the application. It really makes a difference. So they had a template that was ready with some language, so I went ahead and used that and put that together.
Okay. And I just summarized how this came about and what we're doing. We're applying for a license, and I said basically, you know, I'm not sure if there's any fees associated with the license and what we would do with it once we receive it. I know we can develop it. We can lease it, so it's, any kind of information like that would be helpful, because I'm not sure if I covered all the bases.
Yeah, what it is the FCC is giving tribes a chance to get licensing for the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum over their lands before they auction them off to other people. So we have until August 3rd to completely finish the application process, and then they will go through and evaluate and release those licenses. It's no charge, it's a no fee. They're giving them to the tribes for free. And right now, in our area, all 3 channels of that spectrum are available. So we would get all 3 channels. And those can be used for internet access, emergency services, police, all kinds of frequencies like that. We can develop it ourselves. We can lease out the spectrum lines to Hunter, CenturyLink, or anybody else, and then they could provide the services. So there's all kinds of options there that we could use them for.
So, Member Dumont?
So this would be for the whole span of the reservation, or, would be?
Yeah, that gets a little bit more complicated. Based on the FCC's map, the only things we qualify for are the land that this building is on, the clinic, and the casino. So we're putting in a waiver request with them that covers the entire 1954 boundary lines, because that's a service area. We have members in Beatty and Sprague River, Bly, and all those that could be covered through this. So we're also applying for the waiver. But that's up to the FCC if they grant the waiver.
I see. So, I know I've got a copy of the resolution here. Is there one in? Yeah. So I could, if folks are interested, I guess I could read the resolution. It has pretty much the.
It's from George.
Oh, George sent one out?
Yesterday, I think it was in the afternoon, wasn't it? Yes. Troy, what happens if they don't approve the waiver?
Yeah, then that's kind of the question, then they would at least grant us over the lands that they recognize. So I don't know if that would really help us too much, just over this facility and this land, but, so the waiver request is really important. Hopefully they will approve.
Yeah.
But there's nothing to lose, right, by asking?
There's nothing to lose, no. No, because if they grant it, then it's a big opportunity.
Okay. Yeah, I've got it before me, so I guess probably the easiest is folks can take a look at that and let me know when you're ready to, if you have any further questions, because it's pretty self-explanatory. But we do have our members listening in.
If Don could just read it, he's got all of the documents right there.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, I was trying to figure out where to start from.
Edits that need to be made is it still say, the resolution template was 2019, so those could be changed.
In there, on the original.
Is it changed?
Yeah, I think it's.
Troy?
I have the original, I think it's correct here. Yeah.
Troy, if I may?
Yes.
Over here, sorry. How would this get broadcast, or how,
Yeah, this is correct.
Well, if we decide to be responsible and become the ISP, we would have to purchase wireless equipment and, put up some towers in locations. Or we can lease it out to a service provider and let them do all of that. For example, Hunter Communications, they've shown some interest that if we do get it, they would be interested in leasing that from us. And if we do get all 3 bands, we could lease 1 band and still have the other 2 to ourselves to do what we wanted to do with. So there's just a lot of options. But we would be responsible for building up the towers and the wireless access and the backbone if we wanted to do that.
so there's actually several options. I mean, there's a
Yeah,
lot of
there's-
opportunities.
There's a lot of options.
From here, anyone that has issues on the other side of the river or this side of the river, is it line of sight or up because it's antennas?
It is not line of sight. It would be a lot like cell service.
Oh, okay. So much better.
Yeah, much better.
Okay. I could start in the fifth whereas, and it says, whereas the Federal Communications Commission has opened a tribal priority window from February 3rd, 2020 to August 3rd, 2020, providing federally recognized tribes and tribal entities with an exclusive opportunity to apply for licenses for the available 2.5 gigahertz spectrum over their tribal lands. And whereas the availability and use of a spectrum license would revolutionize education and remote learning opportunities, facilitate telemedicine, and improving health care, enhancing public safety, promoting economic development and business opportunities. Let me get to the next page here. Now therefore be it resolved, the Klamath Tribes Tribal Council hereby authorizes the Klamath Tribes Administration to complete and submit the tribe's application to the Federal Communications Commission for a license to use any 2.5 gigahertz spectrum available through the tribal priority window as soon as possible, but in any event prior to August 3rd, 2020. So I'd entertain a motion to approve the resolution, and the resolution number is TC 2020-021. Yes. Okay, motion by Member Ling. Is there a second? Second by Member Dumont. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. 6, okay. Those opposed? 0 opposed. Abstentions? One abstention. The motion carries. Thank you. And I could sign these right away. I really appreciate it, Troy, for all the help and helping us get to this point. Thank you. And I hope we get the waiver. And I did want to ask from the folks that you've been consulting with, is there anything that we can do at the Tribal Council to encourage support for providing a waiver, or do you know that much about the process?
No, pretty much the process is we just have to submit the waiver request, which I've been working with them on getting written up, and it has to be pretty detailed. Other than that, it's just up to the FCC once they go through that to approve it or not. It's really up to their discretion on that part.
So do we have to provide, I mean, you mentioned the 54 reservation boundary area, so we'd be providing all those maps and all that information then, or have we
I
submitted
worked
that?
with Carl White and GIS to get a shapefile image is what they require for
Okay.
that, and he's put one together for me, so we've uploaded that to the FCC site with the application.
Mhm.
So we got all that process done. This is just kind of the last step that we needed to fulfill the application.
Okay, great. Yes, Member Dumont?
While we have Troy here, I just wanted to take the opportunity to ask a question about the infrastructure that we know you started working on. Has there been any hiccups, or are we still on track, or talking about the
In
remaking?
here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still on track with that, yeah. Yeah. We're finalizing the proposal from the companies, and then we'll be putting in to have the work done.
Thanks so much, Troy. I'll give this back to you, Brandy. I did sign it.
Thank you, Troy.
So the next matter, been in communication with the folks that are assisting us on our opioid litigation. I kind of did that out of order, didn't I? I was going to do the broadband last, but the opioid litigation, I forwarded out an email, and I think Kane and the other individual, I'm spacing his name, Corey, provided some draft documents that were developed using the recommendations that Tim provided, to provide the information to help us move forward. So, and that was emailed to us earlier today. And so if we could take a look at that. Let me see what time that came in. Yeah, 10:53 this morning from Michael Corey Hinton. He provided those documents. And if you can see, when we were asked about this formula and how we would document and submit information that would be relative to our claim, I asked who would be appropriate from Tribal Health to do this, and you can see Tim responded in red. And I'm not sure if I understand all of this completely, but from what I understand from talking with Corey and Kane Smith this morning, this is all the information they needed to help fill out an application. As you can see, there's some difficulties in determining specific deaths related to opioid use and abuse to our Klamath tribal members, and there's a formula that the other tribal entities are using, and Tim provided the information that could be used to use that formula to help calculate potential compensation to the Klamath tribes as a party to this lawsuit. So, so those documents, I believe, were provided. So it's probably the draft Purdue government opioid claim proof fillable document. And I think they incorporated, it sounded like there was just a couple places they needed to add some information there. But it was following Tim's recommendations. If folks aren't comfortable, or if you're comfortable with moving forward, I think we could just pass a motion to approve the submission of these documents. But I know it's following what Tim's recommendation is, and we could bring Tim on, or even Kane's available. He said that he could even answer questions if necessary, but I didn't know if we needed to trouble him or not. So what's the thinking? Yeah, Member Dunan?
So I was able to review Tim's email, and it made perfect sense to me, and so I don't have a problem going forward, if that's what others want to do.
Okay.
Yeah, I concur with Clay. It was
Okay.
easy to follow. I appreciated it.
Okay, so I'd entertain a motion to approve submission of the documents based on Tim's recommendations that were, okay? Right, okay, Member Dumont, is there a second over here? Okay, Member Lang. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. Okay, it's 6, okay. Those opposed, 0 opposed, abstentions? With 1 abstention, the motion carries. Thanks, folks. Sorry about getting out of order there, but we got through it anyway. At this point, we go to Vice Chair report, if you have anything, Gail.
I just wanted to report quickly that I sent a couple of emails out to Coffee Creek Correctional Facility and Oregon State Penitentiary, just asking whether any of our tribal members have come down with the COVID. I received a phone call yesterday that Snake River has been hit pretty hard, where they have 140 to 150 inmates taken ill, and I became curious as to whether any of our tribal members were part of those numbers. So I did hear back from Coffee Creek, and they were happy to say that none of our tribal ladies have become ill. So I was glad to hear that. I haven't heard back from OSP yet. And as far as the other facilities, I was hoping that maybe Jeannie could reach out to the ones that she has contact with, and the others that she doesn't, then I'll look up their chaplains or whatever and see what I could find out, just out of curiosity, and making sure our membership are all well. And that's it.
Thank you. All right. Secretary's report is, and then the secretary's out, so we'll move to treasurer's report. We've got some budgets. Whoops, wow. Sorry about that. I hit the microphone. One more if there's another available. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. All
They're on the
right.
flash
I'll just
drive.
take these for now. Thank you, Brandy.
Oh, I see. Think one to pass.
Okay, so the first one we have is administration. There was only 2 budgets for each entity this time. They are on your flash drives too, so. Let's see, budget committee members was myself, Willa Palace, Jesse Hescock, and Roberta Frost. So I'll give you a couple minutes to look at them. Klamath Tribes Administration, July 16th. The Yannick's Ranch Restoration Project and one of the Census 2020 Tribal Outreach and Education Grant. Skelly, you really did like this. Thank you. Are there any questions on them or comments?
Yes, go ahead.
So how is the Fish Commission connected to this?
Pass-through funds.
Okay.
They're sub-recipient.
Folks have any questions or comments?
everybody ready?
Yeah. Are folks comfortable with moving forward with approving the budgets as presented? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to do so. Who'd like to make that motion? Okay. Member Acosta, is there a second? Okay, Member Palace, okay. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. Looks like we've got 5, yes. Those opposed, the same. 0 opposed, abstentions. With 2 abstentions, motion carries.
And that was for budgets 1 and 2?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Administration budgets 1 and 2, yes.
On page 2, we actually had a donation request. Due to the current COVID-19 pandemic, this request is denied due to the restrictions enacted by Governor Brown, limiting the numbers of individuals for gatherings, and I did let the committee know
Okay.
that. And then, as most of you know, I was tasked with seeking professional services with REW for COVID-19 spending. It was recommended by the CFO and the general manager that I needed to seek 3 quotes per the procurement policy. I got those completed yesterday and sent off to 3 different vendors. So,
Okay.
I think the deadline is next Friday, so hopefully
We'll
we'll be
hear
able
back
to
by
get
then.
going on that. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Brandy.
So that's that for that report.
All right. So I'd entertain a motion to approve, do you want me to approve the
Yeah,
whole,
if you want to.
administration separately, or, okay?
However you want to do it.
Approve the budget report for Klamath Tribes Administration. Somebody want to make that motion? Yeah, okay, Member Dulon. Okay, second by Member Palace. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. Okay. 5, yeah. Those opposed? 0 opposed, abstentions? 2 abstentions, motion carries. Member Dumont?
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge the good thoughts of Mr. Gallagher and, his efforts on behalf of Mr. Eggsman's family. And, it's too bad that that event can't go forward. And it was a really nice thing to organize. And sorry that, we're in the conditions we're in and it doesn't allow it to happen.
Thank you, Clay.
Thanks, Clay. The next budget.
What the heck? What did I do? I hit my keyboard, I guess.
The next
Can't
budget
understand my-
report is for Klamath Tribal Health and Family Services, July 16th, 2020. And again, there are 2 budgets for your review and consideration of approval.
So are there any questions or comments? I don't know if folks have had enough time to look at this. Okay, if not, I'd entertain a motion to approve items 1 and 2 for the Klamath Tribal Health and Family Services budget. Member Dumont? Okay, is there a second? Okay, Member Hurkakta. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. Okay, 5, yeah. Those opposed, the same. 0 opposed, abstentions. With 2 abstentions, motion carries.
And then a motion to accept the treasurer's report.
Okay, I entertain a motion to accept the treasurer's report for Klamath Tribal Health and Family Services. Okay, Member Hakarka, is there a second? Okay, Member Lang. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. Okay, we've got 5. Those opposed? 0 opposed, abstentions? 2 abstentions, motion carries.
That was the fastest budget reports ever.
Yeah.
The next item I have is retirement acknowledgement. I handed out a letter. I didn't know if council members had seen this or not. We received this on July 1st from Mr. Don Wharton, and he has ended his employment with the Native American Rights Fund on June 25th, 2020. He will no longer be able to represent us in the Klamath Tribes matter, the repeal of the Klamath Tribes Judgment Fund Distribution Act. There is another attorney, Mr. Dan Lawrence, who will be taking over that judgment fund for us. So I'm coming before council today asking council to authorize us to order a plaque and a card or acknowledge Mr. Wharton for all the years of service he's provided to the tribes since 1973. Or if you guys have any recommendations, but I think it would behoove us to honor him in some way. He's been a great friend to us.
Yeah. Boy, I'm certainly in support of that. If somebody'd like to make that motion, he's just been such a valuable asset to the tribes over the years, and, you know, just have so many fond memories of him coming way back in the day and being a part of Kimball versus Calhoun. So I think that's a wonderful thing to do.
So what I was thinking was maybe ordering one of those plaques like we got with our names on them, and maybe the eagle or something like that.
Yeah, that'd be
BC
wonderful.
engraving.
Mhm.
That in a card, or
Yes.
do you have any other ideas or recommendations?
Yeah, if we could give them a blanket too,
blanket?
that'd
Okay.
be wonderful. And speaking of blankets, I think I reported out, you know, the Klamath Tribes, I've talked with Pendleton, you know, and they're willing to. I remember there was a kind of a misstep, a misstart quite a while back. And I did let a few folks know, but we never have followed through. As far as their understanding is, we're all clear to move ahead, and they're even looking for artwork and designs if we want to follow through on developing a Klamath Tribes blanket that we could honor individuals with appropriate Klamath designs. So they're willing to move forward, you know, in with that. So I'm not sure what else is involved, but anyway, the slate is clean, irrespective of what happened years ago, which I don't know completely what happened. They're willing to work with us. So that's good news.
So do we have to send him a letter maybe, or?
He said, I still got his name on my desk. We just need to follow through and talk to him more about design and kind of give an idea of what we're thinking about. I'm assuming like a blanket for honoring folks, but they have other Pendleton items. And so I didn't know where to go from there, you know, probably coordinate with some of our maybe the Culture and Heritage Committee on what design might be helpful. It could be just as simple as our seal, you know, somewhere.
I'll make myself a note,
Okay.
and try to remember to bring mine in.
Yeah.
The one that they had done.
Oh, they did one for you. Oh,
Yeah, I was gifted one before
oh, wonderful.
made that decision.
Mhm.
And so I have one.
That's great. Yeah, well, if you're comfortable, I could make sure to give you the contact information. Mr. Callahan, I can't think of his name right now, but I've got that.
I think just to bring it in so that you guys can
Okay.
see what it looks like.
Mhm.
And then go from there if you want to keep that same design or redesign.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Yeah, bring that in, that'd be wonderful to take a look at. It's just as a side note, but, okay. Well, do we need to motion to approve
So I
that,
don't,
or
if you just want me to do it by consensus, or?
Yeah,
how are we
by
gonna do it?
consensus, I think we're
Okay.
fine, we're all in agreement.
Okay, so I'll do that.
You know, and I was also thinking about our longstanding relationship with NARF, and we haven't really, and we've got folks like Sue Noe, David Gover, you know, Joe Tenario, John Eckelhawk. I mean, just something to recognize NARF as a whole, just for their many years of excellent service for us, because they've been a part of so many wonderful successes along the way, and we know we have more to come, but I think it'd be a wonderful thing to acknowledge them that way. I was thinking this year they were going to have a anniversary celebration / fundraiser event, but because of COVID, that was put off. So I was going to raise that, to maybe provide something for that, but it's going to have to be rescheduled. But just think, I don't remember what anniversary it is that they have, but I think it'd be good to do something like that to NARF overall.
Okay. So I will move forward with that and keep you guys updated on what I come up with.
Okay, thank you.
The third item I have is a donation request. It's from Gilbert Brown, who's a tribal member. He lives in Warm Springs. He is doing a water drive up there for the tribal members and is collecting donations and would like to know if we can help. And I called him this morning, and he's looking for 2 pallets of bottled water, but he wasn't sure how he was going to get it up there. And I think he talked with Jennifer last week and said he was coming down at the end of the month, so maybe he could, if we're interested in doing that. He's available by phone too if we want to call him and ask him any questions.
Is he just a concerned individual tribal member?
I think
or
so,
not? Okay.
from what I gathered, but he's available if we want to call him.
What's a water drive?
Oh, they don't?
Yeah, their whole facility went down.
Oh,
and-
really?
Oh, yeah, it's a multi-million-dollar repair.
Oh, so that's why, yeah, he said, like bottled water, 2 pallets of that would be, if we could do something like that, so I didn't know that. Well, I think it'd be good if we could.
Yeah, I wonder if that's we could probably get a good deal on it through one of our businesses. Yeah.
Ellsworth has connections. Used to.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
could
Michael.
coordinate with Michael.
So
on
just
that.
ask Michael then? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want me to follow up on that then?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, Brandy.
Okay,
Yes.
I will do that. Or Jennifer. Where'd she go? Okay. Okay, and then the last item, but before we go into that, did you see there's a couple emails from NACOA that we got regarding the new HGM?
No, I didn't.
He's wanting to find out how he can purchase a house rather than rent, but, I mean, that's another discussion. Yeah, we'll have to go into closed session. But there was another one too. Yeah, we'll discuss that in closed session. The other one was too.
Okay, great.
So-
So those are,
Yep, Clay's
Yeah.
next.
yeah, that's, I was going to suggest that, thank you.
Sorry, Clay, I almost forgot you.
No worries. I'm forgettable. So I sent a draft of a letter to the Klamath County School District earlier, and then I resent it right after lunch. And I also sent responses to the letter from the 2 principals, Rita Hepper and Scott Preston, here in Chiloquin. So you can look at that. They were both supportive of it. This is about the student investment account dollars, right, which was the Student Success Act passed by the state of Oregon to try to decrease gaps in academic achievement between historically disadvantaged groups and the larger student body. And of course, in this case, we're talking about Native Americans. We had a meeting, some of you were there last February 10th. We had 2 representatives from the Oregon Department of Education present, and I thought that the school district understood and was on the same page with us as far as how these dollars were legislated to be spent. Of course, with COVID, there were a lot of budget cuts, and so we asked for copies of their budget and a description for the SIA funds, the Student Investment Account funds. And it appears that they are backfilling the general fund. So they're doing things like trying to maintain a contract with the sheriff's office, trying to keep from laying off some vice principals, important things, but not things that are directly related to the purpose of the legislation. So I was hoping that you all would have a chance to look at that letter, and if you approve, I'd like to get it sent.
Yeah, I could take a look at it, but I know what this is about and what the intent and purpose is, so I'm pretty comfortable with it. But we could take a few minutes if folks need, but what's the wishes of the council?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, okay. So, just feel free to send this on. I'll put it on letterhead and move forward with it, Clay, because everything that you've pointed out is a fact. I mean, questioning whether that's appropriate use of the funds and kind of getting them focused on spending it for it's intended. So appreciate that. Great letter. Thank you. So by consensus, Clay's going to finish this letter and send it out. All right, so we do have, I guess it's now a couple, maybe 3 different personnel issues, so we're going to go into executive session. Joe, will we be making any formal decisions when we come out? Are we expected to? Perhaps it's a waiver. So, Joe, you'll have to probably hang around for a little bit, because when we come out of closed, if we take an action, we have to reconvene and do that formally. Thanks, Joe. We're now coming out of executive session to consider and take an action on a policy waiver. We're working on the text of the motion. Okay, Brandy. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll make the motion for Tribal Council to waive the Klamath Tribal Health and Family Services background policy for the new Health General Manager position. Is that okay?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Great. Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Okay. Second by Member Dumont. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. Okay, 6. Those opposed? 0 opposed? You can't vote twice. No. Abstentions? With 1 abstention, motion carries. Yeah, I think so. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. Okay, Member Dumont, second. Oh, Brandy and, I guess, Brandy, and then second by Member Dumont. All those in favor say aye. Okay, great. We're adjourned at 4:05. Just now?